All right, I call this meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Courts.
Lazo, Rachetta,
Present.
Reed,
Present.
Corelli,
Present.
Lim,
Present.
Morset,
Present.
Kringle,
Present.
DeCara,
Present.
Sherman,
Present.
Butler, Connolly, Gumarov,
Present.
Hamid,
Present.
Kaufman,
Present.
Larson, Gaudio, Metellus,
Present.
Rose,
Present.
Shannon, Ravi, Hall,
Present.
Atohaj,
Present.
Chauhan,
Present.
Naguib,
Present.
Wanjan, Johnson,
Present.
Patel,
Present.
Weiderberg,
Present.
Green,
Present.
Hendry,
Present.
Borges, Alcuda,
Present.
Banesh,
Present.
Condoloro,
Present.
Colazo,
Present.
Serta, Jimenez Valero,
Present.
Hashimi,
Present.
Pullman,
Present.
Renda,
Present.
Richmond, Shen,
Present.
Barilla,
Present.
Vasquez,
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
36 out of 46 quorum is verified.
All right, approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Lots of announcements this week because there was no Senate last week. I also want to say I hope everybody made it through the storm okay, and as well, if you have any friends or family that were in the path as well, I hope they are doing well. Last Monday, Chief of Staff Blanco hosted the Work Where You Learn Fair to advertise on-campus jobs to students. Last Tuesday, Safety and Transportation Coordinator Sophia Lisman hosted her final Campus Safety Month event with the WHIPS food demonstration on the Student Union pavers. They just came around and cooked food, and I think they were like little protein balls, and gave them out to students. Also, thank you to Academic Affairs Coordinator Pon for getting right to work on the scholarship committee as their chair, and thank you for hosting the first full meeting last Wednesday, even though there was a fire in the student union. I know that was stressful. I attended my second full Board of Trustees meeting virtually on Friday, where I delivered my report as the student government president. Also, thank you to everyone for showing their school pride on Saturday. While we lost the game to Colorado, UCF has never lost a tailgate, and athletics was very thankful for everyone who attended the big noon kickoff show. This week, myself and our athletics coordinator, Wyatt Wetzler, finalized our RSO game day reservation plans, and we are sending out the acceptance emails for that today. Adam, I can tell you Air Force got a spot. Let's see. Also, Tuesday, our officer, AK, she's one of the UCF PD officers. She works in the community partnerships unit on the first floor. She had an accident about a month ago, and she was hurt, and she's now back in office in light capacity. So if you guys have time to stop by her office, say, welcome back and everything. Let's see what else. Yesterday was National Coffee with a Cop Day. So also thank you to Sophia, our Safety and Transportation Coordinator, for hosting another Coffee with a Cop event in the Student Union Atrium. It was very well attended this time. Yesterday, myself, Vice President Brawley, and Governmental Affairs Coordinator Gabby Player were happy to host Representative Frost in the Student Government Conference Room yesterday for a meeting. We discussed our initiatives, especially those regarding student safety and food insecurity, and how they can align with Representative Frost currently, and if he is reelected in November. So make sure to go register to vote and vote however. Today, Vice President Brawley and I met with the Dean of Libraries to discuss the return of overnight study hours, and we will continue to work on bringing this program back. Today, I will also appoint Stephanie Henriquez to serve as the Assistant Supervisor of Elections. And if anyone is traveling to the game this weekend, be safe. Thank you, and have a great weekend.
Any questions? Green.
Yes. So, excuse me. So, I remember last year there was a town hall event where Representatives Raskin and Frost came here to speak. Are there any plans in the works for a similar event happening this year?
I believe there is right after the election, and I'm sure maybe next week or we'll get an announcement on that soon. But yes, we are working on a town hall.
All right, any further questions? Did you have a question?
President voting.
Senator Ravi, present and voting started at 7:07 p.m. All right, any further questions? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body vice president given by President Lister.
Okay, I'm still here. Good evening. Alex said, I echo the sentiments expressed by the president and hope you and your families fared well from last week's storm. He said ADSB met Monday and Faculty Senate met earlier today, where he spoke in favor of a resolution which has awarded the student body president the responsibility of appointing an undergraduate student as a voting member of the Undergraduate Policy and Curriculum Committee and the General Undergraduate Requirements Committee. And then Academic Affairs Coordinator Pond, Digital Media Coordinator Marco Neto, and Jasmine, our Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator, finished filming a video highlighting alternate study spaces around campus to help alleviate some of the pressures on the library. Fourth floor of the library is going under renovation, and so a lot of students are having trouble finding quiet spaces on campus, so we are working on a video to advertise those quiet spaces. At the end of this month, we will be hosting an NCAA college football Xbox competition where the winner will be awarded a brand new Xbox from Coca-Cola. And have a great weekend.
Any questions regarding the student body vice president report? Kumrov.
Do we have any kind of timeline of when the construction of the fourth floor library will be finished? Because I know I have a lot of students asking me.
Yeah, so when we had our meeting with Dean Case of the libraries today, he told us that right now they're completely on schedule, and right now it's scheduled to finish January of 2026. So it will be gone for a while, and I'm making sure we're finding other places to study on campus, and that was a huge focus of myself and my Board of Trustees report.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, you're doing, all right, comptroller's report given by President Lister.
Okay, let me pull it up. Okay, Kylie said, Allison and I worked on a master budget for the legislative branch, and I've been keeping track of OPS. So please make sure you only clock in what is allowed. And if you're going to clock in over, let your branch head know. And the CRT balance is $332,000 or $332,073.99 with a 0.89% reversion, and FAO's balance is $221,938.74 with 0% reversions.
Any questions regarding the comptroller's report? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Attorney General's report, AG Polera.
Hey, Senate. This week I sent out the first of the month revisions, and I made a revision this week on Senate Rule 8. I just replaced a period with a colon. And yeah, thank you to Chair Courts for bringing it to my attention.
Any questions for AG Polera? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Cabinet Forum, it looks like none. All right. Announcements from the Chief Justice Rivera.
Hello, Senate. This week I had a really great meeting with the Director of Student Conduct and Academic Integrity. We connected on some figures, making sure that our advising services are on level with the student conduct caseload. And so we're working together on that, making sure that our figures are shared. In addition to that, we also worked on a really, really cool initiative that will add advisor language that's typically notified to students who are entering the formal hearing process. And that language will now be included in the initial notification hearing for students entering the student conduct process. That means that the audience that needs those services the most will be seeing that language in our resources first and foremost. And so we'll be also tracking metrics and other analytics for that as we move through the semester and the initiative gets off the ground. In addition, we also discuss a lot of important topics surrounding the implications of AI on student conduct cases, and in particular, the discrepancies that we see throughout syllabuses. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Any questions for Chief Justice Rivera? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Luke Brown.
There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to see you all today. EC is officially starting to take shape for the year. So you're going to start seeing me and a lot of the other members of EC around the office. So please keep SG election talk outside of the office or behind closed doors. I'm also here today to point some members for EC into different or from EC to different caucuses. I do want to preface that a lot of these people are really new to SG, so please give them a little wiggle room with your caucuses. Stephanie Henriques to Latin Hispanic Caucus, or I hereby appoint Stephanie Henriques to Latin Hispanic Caucus, Nora Sackett to Women's Caucus, Alicia Wright and Amara Presley to Black Caucus. Finally, if you would like to have EC table at any of your events, or if you'd like to work with us in any way, feel free to contact me on Teams or email. Thank you all, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Any questions? Wait. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair Kringle.
Hi, everyone. So I want to say thank you for the committee for electing me and trusting me as the chair, and also electing Senator Wanjan as our vice chair. We have a lot in the works for the committee, so we're preparing to receive the estimated budget sometime in October. So I'll give more reports on that then. But basically, we meet Fridays 1 p.m. virtually and in person. So if you want to stop by, you're more than welcome to. As well as the budget hearings have been scheduled. So they're December 9th through the 11th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. right here in the chambers. They're open to everyone. So anyone's welcome to join if they ever want to come and stop by.
Any questions for Chair Kringle? Sorry, I'm gonna start pronouncing your name correctly. That's my bad. Any questions for Chair Kringle? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, Chair Liliotis.
Hi, Senate. My name is Paniota Laliotis, and I'm the Scholarship Committee Chair for this year. My Vice Chair is Ali DeMarco, who unfortunately can't make it today, but she sends her best. Our SG scholarships will be live for a 3-week period this month. And then our RSO scholarship request date is scheduled for here in the chamber on October 9th at 2 p.m. So please promote this to your RSOs and have them reach out to my email so I can send them the proper forms for them to sign up. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to my email. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, APIA Caucus Chair Lim.
Good evening, everyone. He asked me what day it is. It's October 3rd, Mean Girls reference. Dining Services invited us to their Southeast Region Culinary Council lunch showcase at 63 South on October 8th at 11 a.m. We will be attending along with other caucus leadership, MSC, and APIA RSOs to give them feedback on dishes that will potentially be added to the catering menu. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions for Chair Lim? All right, seeing none, Black Caucus Chair Metellus.
Good evening, Senate. I hope you're all doing amazing on this Thursday. Black Caucus met this week, and in our meeting, we discussed some new details related to our NPHC SG voter information event, and official details will be coming very, very soon. Also, Senator Johnson has made great progress on the initiative to make Juneteenth a UCF holiday. She met with Dr. Guzman of the University Faculty Senate, and Dr. Guzman supported the initiative. Senator Johnson also went to Faculty Senate and met their chair and provost. Progress on this initiative is very promising and more updates are to come. Black Caucus will start planning for our many Black History Month initiatives, including the Spring Black Business Showcase and the Black History Month Food Truck Fridays and more. Thanks. That's all for me. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions for Chair Metellus? All right. Seeing none, Disability Caucus Chair Urchetta.
Good evening. We met this week and finalized the Disability Caucus concern form. I linked it below. Additionally, Vice Chair Johnson is almost done drafting a proclamation to recognize April 15th as ASL Day here at UCF. She was able to get some sponsors today from students during the Knights of the Round Table Resource Fair. We tabled it out earlier today. If you would like to see the proclamation, just let her know.
Any questions for Chair Urchetta? All right, seeing none, Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair Jimenez Valera.
Hi everyone. So the Hispanic Caucus has had 2 great tabling / food took event weeks. Thanks to everyone who has come out and helped. We have 2 left, so 1 tomorrow and 1 next Friday. As a reminder, Latin Hispanic will not be meeting because sometimes I get questions about if we're using the conference room. We're not meeting. After we're done with these events, we're gonna pick back up as a caucus and work on some initiatives. And yeah, that's it.
Any questions, Vasquez?
What food is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's Cuban and then next Friday is Mexican.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Banesh.
Sorry. Happy LGBTQ History Month, guys. I'm so excited for Queer Market Day at the end of this month. It's October 29th, which is a Tuesday, I believe, from 12 to 4. If you know anybody interested in vending or tabling at this event, please tell them to contact me.
Any questions for Chair Banesh? All right, seeing none, Military and Veterans Caucus Chair Collazo.
All right. Hi, everyone. So if you are looking to volunteer during the Military Appreciation Game, I'll be posting a flyer later tonight that the Military and Veterans Success Center has shared with me. There's a QR code on it. Essentially, fill that out. They need volunteers so you can hold like one of the flags. It's going to be the service flags for the branches of the military and the United States flag. And then last week, Scholarship Committee met, and I'm thrilled to announce that it approved providing scholarships for the military student community on campus. This is one of my goals since founding the caucus, so I'm very excited to accomplish it. And yeah, that's all for me.
Any questions for Chair Collazo? All right, seeing none, Women's Caucus Chair Lazo.
Hey everybody, last week we had to cancel our meeting because of that hurricane, but our next meeting is going to be on October 10th. That's going to be the day right before our film festival, celebrating International Day of the Girl. Also, another one in October, that means we're officially in Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So that means you're going to be seeing a lot of pink washing. That means basically when companies use the color pink in their ribbon to kind of entice you to buy their products without actually increasing awareness or contributing to the actual breast cancer awareness movement. Just wanted to make you all know that if you would like to contribute to causes, it would be better to go straight to the sources, as many companies only really donate a small fraction. I want to drop some charities here in the agenda once my internet loads if you're interested. And there's also going to be a couple events in Orlando that are really, really important for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. One of those is going to be Making Strides. That's going to be on Saturday, October 26th in Lake Eola. And then the other one's going to be Orlando Sisters Network, which is a 5K, like you can either walk it or run it. That's going to be on Saturday, October 19th at Eagle Nest Park. That's it for me.
Any questions for Chair Lazo? All right, seeing none, Arab Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Okuda.
Hello, Senate. We had a great meeting last week, and we are working on connecting further with RSOs and local organizations before we finalize our plans for future events. I've also been working hard with Chair Lim to finalize details for our Arab X APIA Tea Time event, which will take place on October 16th from 12 to 4 at the Student Union Atrium. We hope to see you all there. That's really it from me for now. We meet again. The caucus meets again tomorrow at 1 p.m. But please don't hesitate to reach out if you guys need anything. Thanks.
Any questions for Chair Okuda? All right, seeing none, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Takara.
We had our administrative meeting today. I put the agenda there. Thank you, Laurel, for letting me take her template after she does her dean meetings. This is the first time a meeting was done like this. It was like the UCF Sustainability Coordinator, the Undergraduate Studies Dean, multiple department directors, Arboretum, Food and Beverage, RMARC, and more. The caucus will meet with them individually in the coming weeks to discuss initiatives in each area. A big focus was on how the work with athletics was regarding sustainable measures. They will meet next week, and from that, me and Vice Chair Libner hope to meet with coordinators Wetzler and Camarado to discuss ways that SG can support their efforts. If you have any other areas that you were hoping to address, please look over the agenda and reach out to either me or Vice Chair Libner. Events coming up, Green Assembly, October 11th, and also if you're an RSO, $250 funding to RSOs who donate the most cans on the, I think it's the next game and the game after that. So the Cincinnati game and the game after that.
Any questions for Chair DeCarroll? All right, seeing none, intercampus and transfer ad hoc caucus, Chair Varela.
Hey Senate, the ICTC will be changing its schedule for October, so please listen closely. We have a meeting this Friday. We will not be meeting next Friday, and then we will also be meeting weekly for the rest of October, except next week, to stay ahead of Transfer Week and other developing initiatives. ICT is doing a transfer student spotlight on the SG social media, so if you know of any exemplary transfer students that would be interested, please reach out to me. Me and Senator Ganesh had a great conversation with the registrar's office about transfer coordinate equivalency, and we will be moving forward with some of those initiatives. And then Vice Chair Grumeroff is having a proclamation for Transfer Week or Mandatory Night, so expect to see that next week.
Any questions for Chair Varela? All right, seeing none, announcements from the Senate President. All right, hi everyone. I don't know if it's noticeable anymore, but I lost my voice from the Colorado game, so that's why I sound like this, but I can still talk. So anyways, I'm gonna be quick because we have a little bit of a meeting tonight. I'm only really gonna touch on this one thing. We have a lot of new senators, so I do just wanna give a little bit of a Robert's Rules reminder about how I'm gonna kind of start being a little more strict about certain things. First things first, say we're in questioning, we wanna ask a question to someone who's not the RSO that's been yielded, or to someone who's not the author of a bill. You do have to ask, may I direct a question to Pro Tem Morissette if it's a fiscal bill or something like that. Things like that, those are, you have to ask. Other than that, I just ask that you be respectful of fellow senators. I know we can sit here for a while, and that's another thing I'm gonna touch on as well. We have been sitting here until 12 a.m. most nights, and a lot of the time it is productive conversation. But I also do want you guys to think about, we're in debate, how you can say something that's profound. Are you going to say something that's just basically another version of what someone else just said before you? And while it's not in an attempt to impeach on your freedom of speech in this chamber, especially, I'm never going to restrict your speech at all. But at the same time, I think there are ways that we can have more efficient meetings when there's not a lot of legislation on the table. Obviously, tonight is not one of those nights. But just in general, I think we all need to do our parts in finding a way to speak more efficiently. We only have 10 minutes or however much time we set. Usually it is 10 minutes. So find a way to speak more efficiently if you need to. This is what I did last year as a senator. Just write down your points and then go off of that. Things like that. So just make your points, make it efficient. Again, if someone is, we don't have to repeat what everyone else is saying. So say something profound, and that's for you to judge by yourself. Things like that. Again, please, no side conversations. It's distracting for me. It's distracting for fellow senators. So I ask that you please do not have any side conversations. If someone makes a motion that's going to make something go a little bit longer, the groans, the faces, it's just not nice. It's just not nice. So let's just try to work on that and just make everyone feel welcome. I know sometimes we do sit here for a while, but let's just be nice to each other. Let's watch our tones a little bit. I know sometimes things can get a little feisty, but let's just watch our tones and let's just be a little bit more nicer to each other. And I know we can get frustrated, but we also do have to keep things a certain way. I know it's hard sometimes and some things can be frustrating, but you have to hold yourself up to a certain level of professionalism in this chamber. So just remember that. But just know if I do point out something that's a Robert's Rules thing, and I will also be holding myself accountable. I'm not a Robert's Rules expert. But if I correct you, it's not personal. I'm just trying to condition everyone a certain way of, we're just going to be a little bit more, it's going to be run a little bit differently just because we have been going on for a while, and I just want to make sure everything runs efficiently and so that we all just have a better meeting in general. But I think that's pretty much it for me. I hope everyone did well through the storm and had a good week off, and I hope your friends and family are safe if they were in affected areas. But yeah, are there any questions for myself? All right, seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Ayala Alcuda.
Hello again, Senate. Happy first full week of SGLC. As I'm sure all of you have noticed throughout the week, SGLCers have begun sitting in on meetings and collecting points, so please be mindful that many of them will be sitting in on Senate from this point on. Some are here. Additionally, the first round of mentors has begun. Once again, only Senate exec will be mentors this semester, and mentorship opportunities will be much more available to you all once SLC begins in the spring. As always, please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything, and thank you.
Any questions for Ayala Alcuda? Ganesh.
What type of like mentorship opportunities will be available in the spring?
Just the same types of mentor opportunities that are offered right now, but just specifically for SLC. They'll be just more open to everyone.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, External Legislative Assistant Report, Eli Richmond. She's not here, so I'll just read it out. Sorry for being late. Had to do something for work. Are there any questions regarding the External Legislative Assistant Report? All right, seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore Report, Pro Tem Morissette.
Hello, everyone. Non-compliance for fiscal training was issued last week. If you did receive one and you sent it to me, I'll be reviewing it shortly. If you did receive one and haven't completed it yet, you have until tomorrow. Otherwise, those non-compliances will be sent to LJR, and ethical compliances will be sent out hopefully sometime next week, if not later than that, just because I haven't received the ethical compliance list yet. I have a meeting with Dr. Andrews on October 10th regarding my high school initiative. She is the one that typically handles those programs, so I'll be meeting with her soon. And then I will be conducting an audit of a few different things for fiscal, just to make sure information is consistent with students, and we're following timelines for Senate, just to make things easier on both ends. And then we have a date for Senate retreat. It'll be October 19th from tentatively 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The time might change. If Senate retreat is required attendance, if you can't attend, you just have to submit a request through LJR. Also, for a little tidbit for adopting legislation, if you plan to adopt any legislation, please run that by D-Like Butler or by myself first, just so we can keep track of what legislation is moving through the chamber and what's getting seen on the agenda. And we also have a Senator of the Month for the month of September. If you filled out the form, thank you. If you didn't, fill it out next month, please. But for the Senator of the Month, I have my speech ready. Let me find it. This individual has quickly and efficiently planned legislation and successful consecutive event to bring awareness to an underrepresented group on campus. Being a new senator has not been an obstacle for this individual. They have maintained consistent communication with the Latin/Hispanic RSOs to ensure their voices and concerns are consistently being addressed. The Senator of the Month, if you haven't guessed already, is Camila Jimenez Valero. I will give you a certificate at a later time. I can't find the USB, so bear with me. But you'll be getting a nice crisp certificate. But yeah, if you guys are not filling out the form, fill it out for the month of October so we continue to recognize all the hard work you guys do in this chamber. That's all for me.
Any questions for Pro Tem Morissette? Ganesh.
2, if I may.
You may.
Okay, so for the non-compliances, they're due tomorrow at 11:59 or like when?
Yeah, 11:59.
All right, period. And my second question is, if you're in non-compliance, you're still able to like vote and whatnot? Like,
okay, so the specific like tiers is in the email. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but for when you're held in non-compliance, there's a bunch of different tiers that is issued to you based off like the severity of the situation as well. I believe LJR also has discretion as to like which tiers applied because it gets sent to them afterwards. It's not like my discretion, it's up to the discretion of the committee. But if you want the specifics, everything is in the PDF that was sent to you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs Report, D-Like Butler, none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations Report, D. Sir Lazo.
Hope everybody was safe and dry during the hurricane, and so welcome back. I also hope that midterms went well. I just finished pretty much most of mine. I have one left, and it sounds awful. But my brain just went. Sorry. Oh, okay. Send me any requests for candy because I noticed that y'all really like that in the office. That lasted 2 days. If you all ever need any help on proclamations or resolutions, even if you're just struggling to find out like what's a proper avenue or resource, or if you need to like you're not really the best at writing, I'm more than open to helping you or an RSO, whoever needs the help. I love writing that stuff. I'm also going to be dropping a Google form for the new intramural sports that are dropping for like the later half of fall in the teams. It's volleyball, soccer, or dodgeball. Fill this one out, please and thank you. And lastly, we're going to be doing a resolution for open educational resources next week that a lot of people may not know about. If you're confused about it, don't be afraid to reach out to me before next week so I can clear it up. It might be a little bit confusing to a lot of people who aren't really well aware about OER. And that's it for me.
Any questions for Deezer Lotho? All right, seeing none. Old business, notice of legislation on second reading, updates to Title 8, changes to the expected RSO contribution on fiscal bills. Chair Rose, is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so this bill is changing Title 8 to require that a fiscal bill will always be 50% for each for Senate and for the RSO. This is kind of how we've been doing it. This is what we should do, and I think we've done it for every bill this fiscal year so far. It's just technically in statutes, at least the way I understand it, if an RSO hits the contribution or the funding cap, then their contribution will be set higher than Senate's, at least as it reads in statutes. And I just think it's a little unfair if they have to contribute more. So.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions, Gaurav?
So with this change, does that mean that technically, so either way we have to pay 50%. So does that mean that the RSO is technically going over their funding limit if they were to request a bill like for over their funding limit, or if they've hit it so far?
No, they wouldn't. They would never receive more than the funding cap, if that's what you're asking. Can you clarify?
Go ahead.
Well, because the original rule says that we can fund up to 50% unless they've reached their total funding limit. But that's been crossed out, so I'm guessing, I'm just kind of questioning what's the change with the funding limit now, with their funding cap.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand.
I'm gonna give the floor to Pro Tem Morissette.
To my understanding, you can correct me, it'll decrease their total requesting amount so we can still do the 50-50. So if they request 40,000, we'll just reduce their request as a total to 30,000 so we can keep the 50-50 split.
Lipner.
May I direct a question to Morissette?
You may.
How would that work out if let's say we're playing in things like travel costs that we can't cover, but that's still being considered part of their payment? We've had some issues with down payments and stuff like that, where we have covered less than 50% at the RSO's request. Would this bill then make that not happen? How would we deal with those situations?
I'm gonna direct this question to Chair Rose because I don't know if there was a specific process or said.
I think it would just be the same thing. We would just set it to 50%, and not list out the cost, I guess. At the end of the day, they're going to be requesting half of the amount they need. So we just wouldn't list the cost, I guess.
Gaurav.
clarifying question. So, so if I'm understanding what Morsad said, so if they request, like, let's say they want to request amount for over the cap they're allowed, and so then we still want to make it 50-50, so we would lower their total request amount. But how would that work? Because doesn't the business office have to like pay things in whole? So like, let's say if whatever we're decreasing the total amount to make it 50-50, would that be cutting in certain costs of like the travel costs and stuff like that? So we wouldn't be paying for things in whole? Or is that kind of up to the RSO to sort of decide where the money's going to go in totality to?
Rose.
I guess it would be up to the RSO. I think.
More answer.
To my understanding, we can decrease their total funding and still keep it the 50-50 split. And RSO, they just have to reach a certain contribution amount for like their part. So this bill kind of services so that ORS can effectively review their amount. RSO can still go over their like contribution. This is more so ORS can effectively review it. So if they technically pay more to the business office, that doesn't affect the business office. It doesn't affect them. If they go over it, that's not like, okay, we're going to get sanctioned. It's just when they're below. That's when it's like a penalty to them, if that makes sense.
Any further questions? Hall.
Just a question about it. With how it's currently written, it says up to 50%. So I guess one or two quick questions. Does this mean that going forward, we're matching 50% for all legislation?
Yes, that is what it would be.
Can I follow up? So then I guess my only question with that is, if an RSO doesn't want us funding 50%, let's say they're trying to save some of the funding that to not hit the cap, would that not, like, based on how it's currently written before the amendment, would that not give us more flexibility to not have to do 50% automatically?
Well, I think you would just then reduce the total cost on the bill. So like they could, if they need, I don't know, if they need $1,000, you would just reduce the total cost so that they would still get $1,000 from Senate, or and then the contribution would each still be 50%, if that makes sense. Like I don't see a reason why an RSO would willingly want their contribution raised. I can't think of a single reason.
All right, we have about 5 minutes remaining in questioning. Green.
Yes, so sort of like, I guess piggybacking off of Senator Hall's question, if that initial fiscal bill, let's say, if that's not sufficient to cover the cost that the RSO needs, like, then how would those costs be supplemented?
So if the way I understand your question is like, if they've reached almost to their funding cap and they're requesting like more than they could receive from Senate, is that what you're asking?
Not quite. So my question is, like, let's say in this fiscal year, an RSO only has like $2,000 left that they can receive, but like they're trying to fund a project that's $10,000. So like normally, like they would receive the $2,000 from SG and then supplement the other $8,000 themselves, if I'm understanding it correctly. Okay. With this amendment, would that, like, if they were trying to draft a bill like to address like their fiscal needs, wouldn't that bill only be able to cover $4,000 in total, and the other $6,000 is sort of up in the air in that regard?
So they would still, like, either way, they're still going to be receiving $2,000 from SG. This way, it would just make it so like they only have to prove that they contributed $2,000. They only have to prove as much as they're requesting from us, essentially. But they would still like be paying the other part of the project or whatever it is, It's just they only need to prove $2,000 to ORS.
All right, we have 3 minutes remaining in debate. Greenroth. questioning. I'm so sorry.
So if I'm understanding correctly, so originally how it was is an RSO would put the entire total amount of every expense they need on the bill. And then we would decide to fund up to 50%. And they would have to prove that they paid their half. I think with this, if I'm understanding, Rose, that like for instance, in Green's instance, they would only request, I guess, if they needed 2,000, they would request 4,000, and we would pay 50% of that. They would only have to prove that they paid the 2,000, and then the rest they can fund, by themselves, but without having to prove it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right, Lipner.
2, if I may. They'll be quick.
Okay, go ahead.
The first, can't RSOs do this now?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they can. It's just not like strictly enforced in statutes.
And then second off, in cases where we have like an odd number, how are we going to deal with that penny difference? It wouldn't be 50-50. I know it's a nitpick, but like this
Yeah,
law says 50-50,
that is true. I don't know. We can add a line if you want.
All right, any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Metellus.
Motion move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. Use it wisely. I'll do Varela.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Varela's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for 1 minute speech, 2 minute questioning, 2 minute debate? Any objections? Seeing none, you have 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, this is a pretty simple amendment. It was give us more freedom to like work with the RSO, like in case there's ever a situation that they don't want to pay 50. A few brought up today already in Senate. Let's give us that sort of freedom, because my interpretation of the bill is that we're just trying to be very RSO friendly. It's an RSO friendly bill. And this amendment just makes it more RSO friendly because we want to work with RSOs. Instead of like pigeonhole them to paying 50 when they might not want to pay more. So yeah, that's it.
All right, any questions? Greenroth.
Would this amendment then make it possible for an RSO to request more than 50% from SGA, like 70, like 30?
Let me actually look at it. The intention of the amendment is so that an RSO could pay more, but I mean, they can always request, but we can always just say no. So that would be standard operating procedure, I guess. But the intention of the amendment would be to again make it so that the RSO can pay more. If anyone has a way to clear or word that, I see it as a friendly. But yeah, it's not like it's 100% clear, but I don't see it ever a situation where anyone would ever fund more than 50% in SG.
Any further questions? Hall.
Yeah, I guess just more looking at it. Math is not, numbers are not my thing. But with this amendment, which I think is better than not having the amendment, my only question is, how does this change from what's currently already written? Because I know, like, obviously there's an explicit mention of RSOs, but if how it's currently, and I guess more that's the broader bill, if it says up to 50%, that already implies they're likely working with the RSO to determine what that funding number would be. So I guess more so with this amendment, what's the point of the entire bill then?
Yeah, I think the best way to answer this with a small anecdote for why this bill even is in existence in the first place. It's because we had a case I think over the summer in ROS, where an RSO thought they only had to meet 50%, but their bill was like they had to meet 60%. So we had to sanction them, unfortunately, which is, I think, was pretty unfair. We had to abide by statutes. So it's just like making sure that doesn't happen again. Like RSOs, like the general like knowledge that what we always tell them in fiscal workshops, you pay 50, 50, 50, we drove 50, 50, 50 in their heads. So that they all have to pay 50. But there's sometimes, especially the big ones, that reach funding caps where they have to pay more than 50. And that's really, a lot of times they don't know that because we drill it so much in their heads that they have to pay 50. So this is just like putting in statutes, like clearly worded that no, they have to pay 50, or if they want to pay more, then it is their civic request. It's not just automatically done for them. So they definitely know they're paying more than 50. Because an issue is sometimes they just don't know that they're paying more than 50, which is not good for the RSO.
All right, questioning time has elapsed. So is there a motion to move to debate? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendment. You guys have 2 minutes, so I would try to wrap up your thoughts very quickly. I'll do Banesh, Colazo, Alcuda.
I'll be voting in favor of this amendment. Barella's anecdote about ORS over the summer and how an RSO had to pay 60%, and because of statutes they were sanctioned. I feel like it just makes sense. I was kind of on the fence at first, but that anecdote kind of cleared it up for me.
Colazo.
I would say I'm on the fence. I think it's more, for me, a more grammatical thing. I just don't necessarily think the wording of the amendment is what you're trying to achieve, is what the author is trying to achieve necessarily. It's just like, for me at least, when I'm reading it, it gets a little confusing. If it was stated like, like requested otherwise by the RSO, something along those lines. It's just like with the unless, it's just unless there are sanctions imposed by Operations Review and Sanctions Committee or upon request of the RSO. And it's just like, I don't know, it just doesn't flow correctly, at least for me.
Alcuda.
I think Vice Chair Colazo did make a good point. Maybe there is a flow issue, but I do support the intent behind the amendment, so I'll be voting in favor unless the author would like to change the amendment.
Debate time has elapsed. So, Vitalis.
Motion move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures on this amendment. Are there any objections? All right, non-voting procedures. With a vote count of 29 to 4 to 3, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill. We have 5 minutes remaining. Gumrov.
So the reason why I didn't want to speak on the amendment is sort of because with this change, we're saying unless there are sanctions imposed by the ORS committee, and now we're adding upon request of the RSO. But those are exactly the 2 bullet points that were in there originally. And it sounds like the only problem that we're having is the up to 50%. So if the only problem we're having is wanting to set it at an exact 50%, unless all these things are done, then I don't see a point of crossing out all of it and then like rewording it when we could just delete the up to and make it a set 50%. So that's just kind of my opinion.
Kringle, Metellus, Rose.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that last sentiment. I mean, we literally just deleted the 3 bullet points underneath it and then rewrote 2 of them just into the sentence without the bullet point. I'm fully able, I mean, I'm willing to see the other amendments on the bill, but getting the bullet points and just adding them back doesn't really make too much sense. I feel like it was explained pretty well on the bottom there in the bullet point form.
Metellus.
I'm going to talk about the bill itself rather than those bullet points. I was a bit confused about the bill itself, but I'm glad that we had some clarification and Gumrov asked a lot of questions that I was thinking myself. But I do think that this is a bill that would work in favor of the RSOs, and I will be voting in favor of it. I think it does make sense for them to have more, I guess, freedom in a sense with how they spend their share of the money. And if we only say that they are only going to spend 50%, even though they kind of need more because they have their cap, then they're not, and if they're not required to spend like the rest of the $8,000, like in that $10,000 example, then that does make a lot of sense to me, and I think this makes it better for the RSO. So I will be voting in favor.
Rose.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter to me whether it's in a bullet point or like in the actual thing. It's the real problem thing is the total funding limit bullet point. The other 2, whether, the sanctions should be in there for sure. And then the funding limit, if they request a lower funding level, we just voted, apparently we want that. So it's really just the B thing that we can strike, whether we remove the bullet point or keep it in this form. Yeah, so like if we do it as it is now, we're still getting rid of that total funding limit thing, which is the problem. Like that's the main issue. Yeah.
All right, we have a little under 2 minutes remaining. Lipner, Banesh.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this bill. A big part of CRT is ensuring that the RSO can pay their part of their funding, because if they can't pay for their part, then our funding isn't going where we're expecting it to go. And if they can't do that, then they're going to get sanctioned. So I'm really, really concerned about not seeing the full cost of a bill or a project in a Senate bill. And it's for that reason why I'm really concerned about the up to 50% being removed.
Banesh. Varela.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the concern that was raised by Lipner. I guess how I would interpret this bill and like kind of the intention of the bill is to stop sanctions from happening. Because again, say you know the RSO will never be asked to pay more than Senate. Is basically what this bill is saying in very simple terms. Because there's certain cases like when they reach their funding cap when they will have to pay more than Senate. And that's this bill would say no, that's not going to happen anymore unless the RSO specifically wants it. So even if say like an RSO wants to build something like a big car, and then they get funding from Senate and it's not quite but they already reached their funding cap, and say the total project's going to be $10,000, but they have a $4,000 bill because of funding caps, right? Even if they pay all the stuff and we actually don't have enough money for this project, as long as they buy like $2,000 worth of stuff, they can still prove the ROS that they fulfilled their end of the bill, even though the project they wanted was completed, so they wouldn't get sanctioned. So I'll be voting in favor of this bill because it is RSO friendly.
We have 5 seconds remaining in debate, so I'll take a motion, Kringle.
Motion to extend debate time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend debate time by 3 minutes. Are there any objections?
I object.
All right, do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. Wait, I know how we do this.
Okay.
You start with 2 minutes. Objector starts with 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and then 5 minutes of debate. Okay, so can you actually? All right, Green, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So with this particular bill, and considering how many guests we have with us tonight, looking at their fiscal legislation, I believe if we can't resolve this bill within the time allotted, I think we should postpone it and maybe either focus on it next week or have it remanded back to whichever committee sponsored it. So yeah, thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I actually kind of follow that sentiment. I was going to continue debate because I'm still looking around. I can see a lot of confused faces when other people are speaking on this bill. It just doesn't make too much sense to me as a fiscal chair, and I think it doesn't make sense to a lot of the other senators. So I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
All right. With that, Morissette?
Motion to table this internal bill.
Motion to table. All right, there's been a motion to table internal bill 5609. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, internal bill 5609 is tabled. All right, fiscal committee caucus time, none. Fiscal committee reports, CRT committee chair, Kringle.
Hey everyone, so glad to be here again. This week in committee, let me just go back to it. We approved allocation 56, 195, 200, 204, 218, 226, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, and 235. Postpone 56, 110, 126, 130, 199, 227, 236. PPI 223 and 212, and we amended the total approved cost to $0 for 56, 120, 149, 194, 183. Also for my committee, all the pending approvals, we got evidence for that, so they're now fully approved. And next Tuesday, we're going to go over the master tracker.
Any questions for Chair Kringle? All right, seeing none. FAO committee, ELA Richmond.
Present and voting.
ELA Richmond, present and voting, so noted at 7:56 p.m. FAO committee, Vice Chair Kaufman.
We had a quick meeting this morning. We approved 56, 71, 72, and 73, and we postponed 56, 69.
Any questions for Vice Chair Kaufman? All right, seeing none. RS Committee Chair Rose.
Yeah, so in today's meeting, we looked over some VPF forms and we ended up approving 2 of them, 5542 and 5519. We also saw Internal Bill 5610 on first reading.
Any questions for Chair Rose? All right, seeing none. Fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading, fiscal bill 5616, funding for 32 members of UCF Student Physical Therapy Association to travel to the APTA Combined Sections meeting in Houston, Texas from February 13th, 2025 to February 15th, 2025. D-Leg Butler, is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? All right, seeing none, these are the time limits you set, so use your time wisely. Oh gosh, she's not here. Oh. Okay, Pro Tem Marcet.
Yeah, so this bill is being seen on third reading based off communication with D-Leg Butler. She is obviously not here tonight, but the numbers haven't changed. There hasn't been any communication with RSO that anything on here is incorrect. So in terms of numbers and funding, we're clearly moving forward with that, and I yield my time to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning.
I just wanted to ask if the RSO is here. Do you know?
Any further questions? Tell us.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lipner.
Yeah, we saw this in CRT. It made a lot of sense to me there, and it makes a lot of sense for me now. This is a super cool RSO, and they're going to be doing a really cool opportunity to go to a cool conference. So I'll be voting in favor.
Reed.
Yeah, I'll also be voting in favor. Everything, math-wise, financial-wise looks great on here. It sounds amazing, and motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5616 passes on third reading. All right. Fiscal Bill 5617, funding for American Society of Mechanical Engineers to create the ASME external projects at UCF ENG Atrium on April 30th, 2025. D-Leg Butler, is the RSO here? No? Okay, Pro Tem Marcet, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, same case. All the numbers still are consistent based off the communication I've had with her. Nothing else has changed except for the amendment. And with that, I yield to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. All right, Grumov.
So with this amendment, so they receive funding from an allocation that we also gave out recently. Is that what that's changing?
Any further questions? Lipner.
Just a clarifying point on the date, the April 30th, 2025, is that just like a estimation for when everything will be done?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is that April 30th, 2025 date just an estimation for when everything will be completed?
Completed, but I also believe that's the date they display their project.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further questions? Collazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Karinga. They're your amendments. Am I looking for one? Okay, welcome back. Reed.
Yeah, this RSO, came in most recently, and they were very, on top of it. They knew what they needed items for, and their project seemed great, very intuitive, and for that I'll be voting yes, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right, Karingle.
Motion to amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Karingle's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Sorry about that. This was included last week, but basically this is just here because it wasn't in it last time. We didn't have these allocations in it declaring what they had for service fee funds this year. So I need the rest of my time question.
Any questions for Chair Kariegel? If not, I'll take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
They look good. And with that, motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. With a vote count of 36 to 0, the amendment passes. We are still in debate on the bill. Varela, Metellus.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 36 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5617 passes on third reading. All right, Fiscal Bill 5618, funding for American Society of Mechanical Engineers to create the ASME internal projects at UCF Engineering Atrium on April 30th, 2025. Eli Butler, Pro Tem Morrison.
Same exact case. The numbers are consistent based off communication. And with that, I yield to question.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Lipner.
Would we add the money that we just funded in 5617 to this bill?
It's already in the last whereas clause, I believe.
It is not. It was 5617 that we just passed.
Oh, it's passed on third reading. I see your point.
All right, any further questions? All right, Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Crandall,
A question for Brody, if I
you may.
Since we haven't technically allocated the funds, they have been approved with full signatures. Would that be added to the whereas clause?
It's a good question. It's happened both ways in the past. I would recommend that you add it because I would rather like account for it and not over allocate than not and accidentally over allocate. But it's happened both ways in the past. So however you all feel like you should do it.
Sick.
All right. Banesh.
Motion to see Morsett's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Pro Temp Morsett's amendment. Is there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I just added the amount from 5617 and also adjusted the total amount they've been allocated for the fiscal year.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any, Metellus?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendment. Lipner,
May I return?
you may.
Looks good. I approve it. And then move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill. Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. right, with a vote count of 34 to 0, fiscal bill 5618 passes on third reading. All right, fiscal bill 5622, funding for 52 members of American Society of Civil Engineers to travel to the 2025 ASCE Southeast Student Symposium in Athens, Georgia from March 6, 2025. Deleg Butler, Pro Temp Marcia, you have 5 minutes.
Same situation. Basic communication and numbers are consistent. Nothing has changed from my communication with Deleg Butler. So with that, you have to question it.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Pro Temp Marcia? Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
Is there a motion to move to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate?
Girl. Can I just ask one clarifying question?
You may.
For the whereas clause where it says what members who attend will bring back to UCF, is it supposed to be like blank after that? Or are they supposed to say what they're supposed to bring back?
It is supposed to say what they're going to bring back. I can see if I can find this Night Connect bill so I can input it, but that might take me a minute.
All right. While we're waiting on that, Metellus.
Yeah, so like Pro Temp Morissette said, the numbers look good and nothing has changed. And I'm very excited for ASCE, my club, to go to this conference and network with other civil engineers and benefit from it. So I will be voting in favor.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate while we try to find where the whereas clause is? All right. Is there a motion to table fiscal bill 5622? Any objections? Seeing none, we'll come back to that one later. Fiscal bill 5622 is tabled. Fiscal bill 5623, funding for a formula student to create a formula style vehicle at the Formula SAE Michigan in Brooklyn, Michigan on May 12th, 2025. Pro Temp Marcia, you have 5 minutes.
I'm not completely sure, but is the RSO present? Formula student. No, okay, cool. Yeah, the numbers haven't changed. Nothing from the communication that I've had, so everything here should be consistent as well.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions, Banesh?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh.
Mayor Rateen.
You may.
I think this is a really cool opportunity. Again, they make cars. That's really amazing. I hope that I get to drive one. I hope they make my new car. And with that, I move to vote.
All right. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0, fiscal bill 5623 passes on third reading. All right, notice of legislation on second reading, fiscal bill 5621, funding for Knights Racing Baja SAE to create an off-road vehicle for the Baja SAE competition season 2025 at Marana, Arizona on May 1st, 2025. Deleg Butler, I'm assuming Pro Temp Marcia.
The RSO might be present. Okay, you guys can
All
go.
right. You guys have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, is this thing on? Okay. How are you guys? Hope you guys are doing well. My name is Benjamin Tracy. I'm the secretary for UCF SAE Baja. Is there like a clicker or something? Oh, there we go. Yes, so what we are, Baja is a engineering RSO with the goal that we set to achieve is we participate in the Society of Automotive Engineers Baja Design Series. In essence, over the course of a year, we'll have students research, design, analyze, manufacture, and then test a single-seat off-road experimental vehicle, with the goal being not really to make the car, but to give engineering students additional experience to supplement their what they learn in class. Next slide.
Hello, my name is Garrett Anderson. I'm the treasurer of UCF Baja, and this is the cost breakdown of the car that we're planning to build this year. So it's breaking down into the 7 subsystems and then manufacturing as well. So there's chassis, which is the structural component of the car. Suspension is how it handles, how it the comfortability and how it can handle the conditions of the race. And there's also steering, drivetrain, ergonomics, data acquisition, manufacturing, and brakes. So those are all the components that we have for the car. And next slide. So this is the bill of materials. Each one is broken down pretty precisely of what we need. So any questions you have, you can find them here and see exactly what we're needing to buy. Next slide.
Yep. Some more on competition. Usually we set out to attend 2 competitions every year. This year there's one in Maryland, the other one's in Arizona. And at these competitions, we're given the chance to, 1, represent UCF in our engineering program, 2, give the opportunities for students to connect with other universities and see how other universities practice engineering and expand their knowledge, and 3, create lifelong memories and lifelong friendships along the way. Yep. So again, just some pictures from when we went to, I believe that's Wisconsin and Oregon. And last year we went to Pennsylvania and California. If we go to the next slide, please. Yep.
So these are some of the ways that we get involved with the community, as well as bring attention to the club and raise money. So we work the Daytona 500, we work the Rolex 24 race, we work or we attend the Coke Zero race. All those are at Daytona. Recently we went to a car show, like a little car parade for a nearby church, just to show the kids and get involved with the community. And these are some of the pictures of us at those events. And yeah, we love to give back.
All right. And then another aspect of our end goal is to give our members the tools to be good engineers. So once they graduate, they're not building planes that fall apart or cars that fall apart, really just making stuff that sticks together and works well. So as you can see, some of our alumni have gone on to work at Ford, Honda, NASA, Toyota, Lockheed Martin, etc. You guys can read. Yeah, next slide, please. And yeah, that's really about it. Thank you guys for listening. Thanks for having us. Sorry. One more thing. We do have 2 of our cars outside. If you guys want to take a look, you guys can sit in them, take pictures, wherever you like. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right. We're now in for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. Gumrov.
2 if I may.
You may.
So my first question is, so we just approved a bill for, what was it, Formula Student, and they're also creating a vehicle, and it's almost the exact same pricing. Do you work closely with them and source from the same companies?
We do work closely with them. We share a workshop just a little bit off campus, and we have a similar goal. They're both SAE Formula and SAE Baja are both design series by the Society of Automotive Engineers. We do make different types of cars, and there are some like little cultural differences, but largely we have the same goals of developing young engineers and giving them the skills to succeed.
So my second question is, can I ask, so you do this yearly, you said, because I asked the same question in Formula Style. when you do this yearly, have you looked into getting contracts with certain companies to source your material from? Because it could make your materials just cheaper as the years go on. Or do you have those currently right now?
Yeah, so a big part of getting the car made is getting sponsors. Again, we try and do as much as we can, like as much of the manufacturing, keep that like on campus. But again, we don't have all of the equipment that we need. So gear manufacturing is very complex. We have to reach out to sponsors who have the tooling to make those. And there are a bunch of other examples. We do try and, again, like we're not trying to spend a bunch of money, but yep, that's basically it.
Any further questions? Alcuda.
So I noticed there was a slight variation in totals from the slides to what was on the legislation. I just want to make sure that we pick which one was right.
I'll let Pro Temp Morset take that.
Brody, can you go to their breakdown?
Brody.
I think this is the same case with the other SA organization. I think the reason it's lower than what the actual request is because the 2462 is the cap, if I remember correctly. So that's why it's not the 24,345, because the most you can allocate is 24,6250.
All right, we're still in questioning. Rose.
So for the items that you guys are going to be purchasing yourself, are you going to buy that like with using like a club account or something, or are individual members going to like purchase them by themselves?
So there is a club bank account that we use to purchase materials that we get the money from fundraising, like I said, through the Daytona and whatnot, and do members. But yeah, we have a bank account that where we purchase materials from.
Follow up?
Yeah. Well, it's like a comment.
If it's a comment, it would be a debate, yeah. All right. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion, Matthias.
It's a question. I don't know if this is a question to ask here or debate, but if their cap was 24,062, can we like change it back? Because I know there's something on there that changes it to what was there.
That would be up to the person who made the amendments. I'm not sure technically how that works within Microsoft. Yeah. But now there's rationale behind why that was done. Freshman.
Wouldn't we just not do the amendment if we didn't want to, right?
Yes. All right. Any further questions? Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. All right, Metellus.
Well, as long as we don't change their numbers because of the cap, I think this bill looks good. And I think participating in this competition will be very great for this RSO, and seeing all the sponsors all the companies that members of the RSO end up working for because of projects like this. I think funding something like this would be absolutely amazing, and I will be voting in favor of it.
Any further debate? Alcuda. No.
Yeah, I just want to share the sentiments of Chair Metellus. I think that, if we could help this RSO have this opportunity, that would really benefit a lot of students. So I'll be voting in favor with the correct figures, and I encourage you all to do the same as well.
Gumrov.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor. I'm going to preface the same thing I did for Formula Style, where I know sponsorships are hard, but if we were to find one on more of I don't want to say contract, but more of like a 5-year, 10-year based sponsorship where they can allocate the funds to you out of their account. I just think that would be a little bit better going forward. If it is a yearly competition, because that way you're at least not hitting your cap with each project. So it would give you more leeway to do more projects further on. So I just want
All right, with 3 in affirmation, are there any in negation? With that, I'll take a motion. Richmond.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 0, fiscal bill 5621 passes on second reading.
Thank you, guys.
Point of information.
Regarding that, or no, sorry. All right, with that, we found the line. So is there a motion to go back to notice of legislation on third reading? Any objections? Is there a motion to pick up fiscal bill 5622? Any objections? Seeing none. Pro Tem Marset, you have 5 minutes.
You guys, I found the line, so now it makes sense. With that, I yield the question.
All right, we're now in line. Oh, I guess I could have started with debate in the first place. All right, well, we're already here. Any questions? Richmond.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus,
May I retain?
you may.
Oh.
We have to see the amendment. That's the whole reason we came back here. And that's my bad. More set.
For the amendment?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I added it. It makes sense now. I get to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Richmond.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus.
Motion move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0, the amendment passes. We're still in debate. Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, like I said before, the bill's great. Love ASCE. Motion move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5622. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, fiscal bill 5622 passes on third reading. Okay. Back to, is there a motion to go back to notice of legislation on second reading? All right, fiscal bill 5624, funding for 12 members of Future Theme Park Leaders Association to travel to the FTPLA California Executive Management Shadow Week in Buena Park, California from December 8th, 2024 to December 18th, 2024. Pro Tem Marset, you have 5 minutes.
I believe the RSO should be present. FTPLA. Okay, cool. Brody, can you pull up their presentation? I believe they had one. Okay. Clarification. I fully expected them to be here. So if I sound like I don't know what I'm saying, that's why. We funded them last year. So this is probably, I believe is the similar event that they do annually. You can go to the next slide. So they're the theme park. This is what they do. They're based in Rosen. So a lot of the things they do is there. They do these events annually. They go to different site visits. They go to different theme parks. Usually it's always based in California because they go to the Disney World that's down there as well as Universal. You can go to the next one. That's their overview. You can read it. Next slide. So by going to these trips, they bring professional experience, knowledge, and passion for the industry, organization, dedication back to UCF. A lot of their members do end up working in these theme parks as well after. Next slide. That's the benefits they bring to the university. Amazing, really. Next slide. This is their itinerary from the day that they start to the day that they leave. They'll go to a bunch of different parks as you see, and they split Disneyland especially up into 2 days. Next slide. This is their pricing breakdown. And the numbers look like they stayed the same. You can go to the next slide. More pricing. They have backup members in case any of their current applicants do drop out. Next slide. Yeah, that's it. I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now line for questioning. I'll do Johnson.
May I direct a question to the CRT chair?
You may.
Should we strike the Expedia booking fee since we can't book through third party?
Yeah, that needs to be amended. I think the correct cost. I'll do that now.
Metellus.
In the presentation, it said the total applicable costs were $11,117.54, while here it says 48 cents. I know it's small, but like, which one is the right number?
More set.
It's possible the fee may be throwing it off too, so I would say we can check it after the number's been amended.
Gumrov.
May I direct a question to the CRT chair?
You may.
So I know that we're striking out the Expedia booking fee, but that's with only striking out the fee. Did they switch their travel to from the direct airplane site, or is this still the number for if they were to book through Expedia?
That's a great question. Not sure. Usually there's not too much of a difference between booking straight through the airline, booking straight through Expedia. Depends on if it's different airline, different tickets, two different airlines and whatnot. So this is something I feel like we should probably table and come back to.
You can make a Karibo.
Motion to table fiscal bill 5624.
There's been a motion to table fiscal bill 5624. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Fiscal bill 5624 is tabled. All right, fiscal bill 5625, funding for 12 members of international medical outreach to travel to the India service trip in Aurangabad, India from December 6, 2024 to December 17, 2024. Senator Green, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Yes. All right.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Pomblanco. I'm the Sergeant at Arms for International Medical Outreach. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in 2006. And with our mission statement, we really have 2 main goals. That's to serve underserved regions all over the world, wherever they may be. And our second is to, Our second is to increase multiculturalism and cultural awareness for our members as they go on into their careers, whether it be engineering, computer science, law, or medicine. So next slide, please. Or do I have a clicker? Oh, thank you. Sorry about that, guys. So what members are doing? So this is the second time we're traveling through Sambhajinagar or Aurangabad, one of its previous names. What we do here is we partner with a couple of organizations. The first one being Dr. Hedgewar Rugnalaya, which is a nonprofit charity hospital within the insurance system of India, and Sevankor Bharat, which is also a nonprofit kind of like IMO that serves in the state of Maharashtra. And so what we did last year is we spent about 10 days in India, a week of it shadowing in the hospital across 4 different specialties: cardiology, OBGYN, orthopedic, and anesthesiology. We bring 12 members and we put them into groups of 4 and split them into members of 3. We spend time with those physicians. We shadow in their departments. We were also able to travel the city slums, which you all see in that photo to the left. We volunteered at their slum center, which provides schooling for children, teaching them technical skills so they have more class mobility and those sorts of things. Then also this upcoming year, we're going to be traveling to one of their rural centers so we can see how healthcare is provisioned in a rural setting, which is quite different from the urban areas of India. And on the photo right here, we see a procedure one of the students took during one of our shadowing surgeries. So the benefit of the trip, we really can do a lot of incredible things. And one of the more direct impacts is helping these underserved communities, right? Healthcare in India is quite an issue, and there's a general lack of specialties when it comes to urban areas, and just a lack of healthcare in general when it comes to these further villages. And so what we can do is we can provide direct aid in these regions, like the slum centers and the rural areas, with our volunteering efforts, but also allow our members to gain a real sense of understanding of how medicine is provisioned in different regions of the world, right? Medicine here in the US is going to be practiced biomedically quite different across the world. And what we're doing is giving our members a really broad understanding of how this can be done so they can keep these things moving forward into their careers. And also we focus on a sense of altruism, multiculturalism, and a sense of service, right? Service is ultimately our main goal. And yeah, it's gaining insight into the healthcare system and helping these communities. Next slide, please. And so fundraising, we do fundraising a couple of different ways. We do these CSC and Kia events. If you guys are familiar with CSC, so we volunteer and work as security during the football games. And so that provides quite a bit of funding. We do a very similar thing at the Kia Center, where we're working in concession stands doing that sort of work. We also receive funding from outside organizations. Last year during our first trip to India, CAPI, which is the Central Florida Association of Physicians from the Indian subcontinent, provided about $2,000. And then for previous trips, we received about $6,000 for a trip to Puerto Rico from Orlando Health. And so we're hoping to receive money from CAPI again this year. We're also reaching out to other organizations to help with those funding costs. And then also members pay a trip fee. And so we factor all this into our specific fundings with our treasurer and myself, the sergeant, who's responsible for planning and coordinating these trips. And then we ask for a specific amount of dollars for our members, and that will cover the price of the flight, all the meals, and the housing, as well as any transportation during our trips. And so this is a breakdown. We're really only asking for 2 things because Sevankor Bharat is willing to provide lodging for us, and the hospital provides us three meals a day. And so we only really need 2 things: registration and the cost of travel. Registration is going to be that visa, which is a 30-day travel visa. Will only be there for about 10 days, but the cheapest and most accessible one's the 30-day travel. It's $25 plus a 2.5% sales tax, which is like 25.63 multiplied by 11. We bring we bring 12 members, but one of them is native to the region of Maharashtra, so he has his Indian passport. Which is also why we have 11 members of travel, because that member will be just staying in the state of India or the state of Maharashtra and then paying for his travel as well. We have the estimated cost being $23,759, and that is going to be the addition of the price quotas that I've found and sent through the CRT bill with those exact amounts, as well as any increase in costs from now to when we buy the flights, because we're checking now in September when I found this information. Not all of the price flights are populated yet because it's still 3 months out. Additionally, we are a nonprofit here in the United States, but in international flights, we still get taxed on them. And then when we're buying flights in India, we're flying with Air India, and so we're using the rupee. And so any sort of price currency exchanges, we also expect there to be increases. And so I came out with this exact value of 24,041.38, and we are requesting 50% of that from CRT. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Richmond?
Does the bill right now include taxes?
Does the what right now include taxes?
Yes.
Yeah, so everything includes taxes. So we expect there to be a international flight tax and then the slight tax on visas.
And then Adam, we have to take that out, right?
No, only for its in-state. We pay tax everywhere else throughout the country and international.
Read.
Yeah, so I see that you currently have 400 454 active dues members, but you're only taking 12 individuals. Is that correct? How are you planning on choosing those who get to attend?
100%. Yeah, we already chosen them. We chose them 2 weeks ago when I submitted the CRT form. What we do is we keep a point system for our members, and based off their involvement, that it tracks member involvement for coming to general body meetings, coming to tabling, signing up for events, and that helps us keep a gauge of how passionate and involved they are. We also do applications, so members send in all their applications, all their passport and visa information ahead of time, and then after we get these applications and we look at the points and the quality of the applications, we then move into interviews. And so we conducted interviews 2.5 weeks ago or so. And then from those, we also have a scoring system that's sort of been created and been used in the past few years because we go on 4 to 5 trips every year. Last year, we went to Puerto Rico, Peru, India for the first time, and New Orleans. And we have 4 more trips planned for this year. So you guys will probably see me back here again when we try to travel to some of our other regions. And so we have this process of applications, point systems, then the interviews.
I'm just curious, how much is the trip fee per member?
Yeah, so it really depends based on what the specific trip is. For our domestic one, we're going to New Orleans in December. We estimate that to be around $500, much cheaper. Last year, the India price was $1,400. If we get the CRT funding, I'm estimating it to be around $1,100 and perhaps even under $1,000 if we get outside funding. But right now, we're ballparking it $1,100 to $1,400.
Dinesh,
2 questions, if I may.
you may.
Okay, one, do you guys have any backups in case one of the members isn't able to go?
Yes, we have 3 current members who are second waitlisted.
Perfect. And my second question is just for clarification, you are only asking for funding for 11 members because one of them already has everything accounted for?
Yeah, our president Om Pathak is from Maharashtra, and so he's just going to stay there because his dad is from Mumbai. And so when we leave and head back to the US, he'll just stay. So he'll cover for the flight personally, and then he doesn't need a visa, obviously.
Any further questions? Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Vasquez, Banesh, Waterberg.
So I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I've seen them at other RSO meetings and heard a lot about what they do. They do a bunch of trips every semester, and it's so fun to hear about the success of all of them. They even do outreach locally, if students aren't able to pay their travel fees or anything like that. They do a lot of outreach with the community here to still give their members a lot of participation and stuff like that. So I'm very on board for students going abroad.
Dinesh.
I will also be voting in favor of this bill as a pre-medical student and someone with international ties. I just love the work that they're doing, and I'm kind of jealous. I need to join this RSO.
Waterberg.
I'll keep it short. I love this RSO. I think this is an amazing opportunity. I really, really want you guys to go. We saw it in TRT, and I voted in favor, and I'll be voting in favor again now.
All right, with 3 in affirmation, any opposing? Lipner.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0, fiscal bill 5625 passes on second reading.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, everything is good for fiscal bill 5624. To the RSO in the back, we are going to recess, and I'm gonna let them go look at the cars you guys brought, but we're just gonna get past these fiscal bills. Motion to pick up fiscal bill 5624. Any objections? Seeing none. Where do we leave off in this one? Questioning? I think it was questioning. Questioning? This is a question to Karen. Okay. All right. All right. Fiscal bill 5624. We're in questioning. Varela.
So like the Expedia thing, that's sort of that way, like all the numbers are going to be correct on the bill.
Yeah, so we're still going to take out the Expedia booking fee, but we're going to keep the 4,000 amount with the expectation we're going to communicate to RSO, of course, but with the expectation that they're just going to book their tickets through the direct airline because the bill has to be passed tonight in order to remain in timeline. So we're going to keep it at that 4,000 amount, and they're just going to have to direct that cost to a direct airline instead of booking it through Expedia.
Follow up, Ben.
Yeah, I guess because you kind of need coordination with the RSO, will you guys be able to get in contact with the RSO, or alternatively, can they come to next week's Senate meeting to clarify their flight booking stuff?
We're going to contact them, but it's kind of a situation. They have to be passed through second and third tonight. So I don't think if we email them, they'll respond tonight. They can't come next week because they're going to be passed completely through tonight. So it's kind of a situation where we're just going to have to unfortunately just approve them at their current cost because there's the cost of the airplanes now, they dramatically went up. So we don't want to increase the cost of their funding bill without notifying them. So the best course of action is just to keep at the 4,000 and just have them just expect them to just go through a straight airline.
Metellus.
So just for clarification, the number that's on here is correct, not the one that was on the PowerPoint.
You're referencing like the set difference?
Yeah.
I have to look at that again.
Okay.
Guru.
So I understand that we want to keep everything the same for right now, but we did all agree that we're going to be removing the booking fee, correct? So when I'm doing the 361.96 times 12 members, I'm getting 4,343.52 cents. I think the 4,417 is including the Expedia fee. So do we want to approve it with the Expedia fee included, as if like I guess sort of like fluffing it and like so they can go to like a regular airline site, or do we want to put that at the exact 361.96 times 12 members?
I think if the description's wrong, we can amend that. But we'll just keep the cost at 4,417.
Richmond.
I'm not very fiscally knowledgeable, but is this gonna affect them ORS wise? Like,
more set.
It's possible. One thing we're going to do is notate that on the form what happened and that we're going to communicate with the RSO and possibly find a way to keep that in like paper trail for them. So when ORS does view it next session, it's in the form and they can see what happened. We're probably also going to direct the RSO to like whoever the next e-board is, notate it somewhere for the next e-board. So when they do go to RSO as well, if it's like somebody who comes in, somebody new, returning, whatever, that this happens so they don't get sanctioned by RSO, by ORS.
Gumrav.
So if we're gonna keep it at that 4,417, do we have to amend the individual ticket price? Because don't the numbers have to add up for it to be a legible bill?
It looks like somebody's amending the numbers right now.
What else?
That process you were saying, so that like so that they won't get sanctioned. Is there some sort of way that we can like guarantee that? Because I really don't want Sarso to get in trouble over something like this. Or is that really the best thing that we can do? You know, like making sure they have receipts and stuff to show that this happened.
Unfortunately, that's the only way we can like try our best. Usually ORS functions off of documentation, so the only thing we can do is make sure it is documented.
Lippner.
Because this discrepancy is less than like 2% of the entire bill, we should be fine regardless, right? Even if they don't spend it.
Yeah, because I think their contribution they have to reach is between 85 to 90%. The fiscal chairs can correct me because I forgot which one it is. But yeah, it's not going to affect them too much, so they should be fine.
Richmond.
when you say document it, like, should we put it in the bill verbatim, or do we just write like a memo or something?
It'll be in their Night Connect form.
Oh.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Here we go.
Can we technically see all the amendments on the bill as technicals? They're just fixing the math and wording. No actual numbers have been changed.
It's just fixing the math.
No fixing math is, or yeah, just fixing the calculations, but the total numbers haven't changed.
Okay, I'll see it as a technical. I'll also see Jimenez Valero as a technical. All right, Metellus.
I will be voting in favor of this bill. I think this is a great opportunity for the club. I'm glad that we got everything handled with the numbers and stuff. So it looks good to me. And I will be voting in favor and encourage you guys to do the same.
Good one.
Can I direct a clarifying question to the ORS chair?
You may.
So what is the cap that they have to spend minimally for their half, and would this be crossing over that cap if they were to have a different number?
So they have to spend at least 95% of their cost, where it says like total RSO name contribution. How much is the actual? How much would the difference be? Can someone?
Looking at their proofs for travel costs, I think the booking fee for each of the two things they would book was like $70 total. So we're just technically adding $70 straight to the bill.
So okay, in that case, I don't think $70 would put them in risk of being sanctioned.
All right. Class.
We're in debate right now.
We are.
Okay. Well, the amendment that we just approved is off by 2 cents. So I think we're gonna have to amend it one more time because I did the math and it's getting to literally just 2 cents off. It's coming up to 56 cents instead of 58 cents.
So that's a rounding. You got to go the other direction. The total cost is $44.17. The other number is rounded.
All right. Any further debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Lipner.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5624 passes on second reading. All right. Is there a motion to see Fiscal Bill 5624 and 5625 on third reading? Any objections? All right, seeing none, Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Senator Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 8:49 p.m. All right, we're almost done. We can go see the cars. I just want to get past fiscal. Is there a motion to go back to notice of legislation on third reading? Any objections? Seeing none. All right, Fiscal Bill 5624. Pro Temp Morissette, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, we just passed this. I need to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Courts.
I like it. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5624 passes on third reading. All right, Fiscal Bill 5625. Pro Temp Morissette, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's not anything, no issues, nothing new with this bill as well. We just saw them, so I use a questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's debate.
I can't just, okay. Move to.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Richmond.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0 to 1, fiscal bill 5625 passes on third reading. All right, I have to make the motion to recess, don't I? All right, is there a motion to recess the meeting for 5 minutes? Any objections? All right, seeing none, I recess this. Wait, I haven't done it yet. I recess the meeting for 5 minutes at 8:51 p.m. We will reconvene at 8:56 p.m.
Oh, you'd be proud. Me and Audrey talked about being it's a little bit more respect. Yes, 800 is correct.
Boring. To be honest. Are you? Actually, it's very, yeah, time you like. Good. That's also flavor process.
So yeah, so you're just completely the 800 and then 800.
I kind of like that.
Because that's specifically for FAO, most of the funding is we're not trying to pay for
I had a question.
What's the available? The approval budget? I think it's $290,000.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, I think they should do like, I think they should do. Okay, yeah. There you go. And then you put, instead of like, rat, you put like their, yeah. So rat. So rat. Yeah. And I was like, stick a chow. Stick a chow in there. Yeah. I should work my new queen. Okay, well, I need to listen. Yeah, I've never seen there at 11 a.m. You are. Wait, I'm the worst person. Wait, are the lies from last How are you doing? Remember last time? Are you sure I should bring my case? I'm going to tell them about their secret.
All right. All right. Is there a motion to move back to old business? Any objections? All right, seeing none, old business. We were in debate, I believe. We can just, is there a motion to just start at debate with 10 minutes? Any objections? All right, seeing none, we have 10 minutes in debate for this fiscal bill. I mean, the internal bill. All right. Gumroff?
First question, we're at 5609, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm on the fence because I agree that maybe we should set a total amount 50%, but I still think this is reiterating the same exact thing that the 3 bullet points that we have crossed out. I think the only difference would be that we're crossing out the up to and the B clause, which is fine. If the fiscal people think that's important to cross out, if they think that that's hindering RSOs, then I'm okay with that. But I essentially think that we're just rewriting it for no reason. Like we could just cross out B and cross out the up to, and they would do the same thing. So that's just my opinion.
Rose?
Yeah, I just want to say that is exactly what it's doing. It's just removing the B and the up to thing. That's really just bringing it into accordance with the 822.1. I don't know why the language was different before, but like that was just kind of a tweak. I was like, if we're already here, why not change that? So that should have been like that already. But yeah, I honestly think after thinking it would be cleaner if we just put it back to bullet points and then got rid of the B term, because that's the only thing that really would be changing. So.
Varela?
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to make that amendment to like make it cleaner, that's fine. I kind of want to debate more on the intention of the bill, and if the bill keeps its same intention, I would say vote yes. Because again, I point to the small anecdote I gave to answer Hall's question back like an hour ago. The reason this bill came about is because we had an example of an RSO that got sanctioned that we thought was unfair, and obviously we never want that to happen. So this bill is just closing that loophole or closing that issue just so that no other RSO can get sanctioned unfairly in the future. This is just a reactive bill to fix, again, an issue that we discovered. And that's why I'm voting in favor of this bill. It's very RSO friendly. It's definitely an ROS bill. It's kind of make our jobs easier to make sure we don't have this, what we feel are unfair sanctions. So vote in favor.
Lipner?
May I direct a question to Chair Rose?
You may.
What happened in that situation of the RSO who was sanctioned for not paying their full amount?
So yeah, they reached their funding cap, and so their contribution was set like, I don't know, $2,000 higher or something. I don't know the exact number, but it was set like reasonably higher. But they were still under the impression that they only had to pay like match Senate's contribution. So then they had the documentation to show that they did match Senate's contribution, but because technically, according to statutes, we have to do 95% of their contribution as it's listed on the bill, we had to sanction them according to that.
Any further debate? Gumroff?
So would anyone be open to like crossing out B and just, I don't know how to like fix that up in here. So anyone else is open to it.
Looks like you guys, looking nods of approval. You guys are working on some sort of amendment right now. I'm not seeing any nods. Okay. Okay, so we'll just wait. Is it Kumar?
Whoever is working on that, can we also change it for the chapter 822 section? I think it's the same exact thing. Just rewording it.
I think they're getting there. Yeah. Lipner.
Yeah, I'm still hesitant about this, and I will be voting against it. Not to say that you guys shouldn't be doing something else, but I just feel like things are working as they are, and the issue isn't the policies, it's how we are writing the bills to begin with, and we should do so in a much smarter way to ensure that these RSOs can do the 50-50, and if they're not, then we should just rewrite the bills to make it happen. And so that's why I'm voting against it. But like I said, I see both sides.
Varela.
Yeah, again, I'll emphasize that we should all be voting in favor of this bill, and then I just want to, respectfully refute the idea that things are working okay, because the reason this bill came into existence is because things didn't work okay, and it's less of a problem of RSOs not being able to pay. It's just unfairly RSOs it's unfair to change things up on them when they've been told 50% is what you need to meet. Always Matt Senate, always Matt Senate, always Matt Senate. That's kind of what they're told. So it's just unfair to to then sometimes, hey, you actually have to pay $2,000 more than Senate, which, even though an RSO has been doing this for 10 years, only has them as Senate, and then they get sanctioned for it. It's just a lot of unfairness happening. So again, this bill will make it more fair. So I encourage you all to vote.
Wanjin.
Before I make a motion, can I see head nods that this is what was intended with the amendments that were being discussed? Okay, perfect. With that, I move to see all of my amendments as a block.
All right, there's been a motion to see Senator Wanjin's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
This is just exactly what was being discussed. I mostly just did it because I know how the formatting works. I don't have strong feelings either way.
All right. We're not live for questioning, Gumrov.
Just so everyone's on the same page, can I ask a clarifying question to either Chair Rose or Wanjin, whoever can answer? So with the B being striked out, what this intentionally is doing is that if they're at their funding limit, what we used to do was make the RSO's contribution higher than the Senate's, right? And that was where the confusion was happening. And so now when it's set at 50-50, if they still have charges that they need to pay for, we would just lower their total request, and they would just pay the rest of the charges out of pocket undocumented. Is that what this is doing?
Yeah, essentially. And that's what we just did for the Baja bill. So their total amount was over, would have put them over the funding cap. But so we just reduced the total so that it just becomes a 50-50 split. And the same thing for the formula student bill 2 weeks ago.
Follow up? Go ahead.
So since for RRS, when you're looking at the, proof of how they allocated and paid for their funds, when things are paid for in whole, for instance, if the RSO is paying for, flights in whole, if whatever they're paying for goes over their 50% cap, I guess how are you planning on allocating for the funds that they're really not meant to document? What if they're only meant to spend $2,000, but their flight is, $5,000, and they're showing that they spent? I'm just confused on how we would work with the proof that way.
Whoever can answer, Rose or Wanjin.
I mean, if they overspend, that's not an issue for ORS. If they overspend on their half, that's not something that is an issue. That's just they spent more money than they needed to. The only thing with this would be if we straight up removed a section from the bill, if they were asking originally for flights, lodging, and travel. If we remove travel because the flights and lodging alone were enough to put it over, they would only be able to send us documentation of flights and lodging, and the travel would not count towards their half. So that would be a discussion about when the bill is being seen, if we're going to lower those costs, how exactly we would lower it, whether it would just be lowering costs in each section to lower the cost or to specifically like take out a section. I hope that made sense.
Lipner,
A follow up to Wanjan, if I may.
you may.
Is there anything stopping us from doing this currently?
No, there's nothing currently stopping us from doing this. This would just make it general practice, whereas currently the practice is often to put all the costs on the bill and technically require the RSO to pay much more than we are.
Morissette.
So moving forward, because the bill does say it goes effective immediately, would this require the DLEC to reduce the amount, or would the chairs be required to reduce the amount in the senior committee?
Whoever can answer.
I thought we were in debate, but
We are. Oh, we're in questioning.
we're in questioning. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter as long as, like, when we passed on third reading, it's 50-50. Is whoever, you know.
Okay, we're in questioning on the amendment, but we're in debate on the bill, and debate time on the bill has elapsed. So is there a motion to extend debate time by 3 minutes? Any objections? Great. Seeing none, 3 more minutes for the entire bill, but we're still in questioning on the amendments. Lipner.
Motion to move to debate on the
There's been a
amendments.
motion to move to debate on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendments. Anyone wishing to speak in debate, I would use your time very wisely here. Lipner.
I still think that the entire bill is a little silly to be dealt with, but I think this amendment makes things more clear and makes a lot more sense. So I'll be voting in favor of the amendment.
All right. Any further debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Dinesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 36 to 0, the amendments pass. We have a little over 2 minutes, so if you're going to speak, I would be quick. Lazo.
Unfortunately, while I do understand the intent of the bill, I will be voting in negation, not because I don't like the bill. I just don't think there is a clear and properly set out format for how to thoroughly explain and handle any times that word's gonna be an issue where it's gonna be making that 50-50. I also don't see a concrete plan about how to communicate this change to the RSOs, which, considering all the issues that are going on in OSI right now in court when it comes to new RSOs, I really think adding more confusion to them might not be the most beneficial. So I'm just gonna vote no on it for now. It'll be it's a good bill. It just needs some editing. It needs some tweaking. It needs to understand what it fully means before it can be a strong bill on its own. And for that, I will be voting in negation.
All right, we have about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Kringle.
Yeah, I think I'll still be voting in negation. I think this is more of a communication issue than a fiscal policy issue. I don't think many RSOs even look at Title VIII, if I'm going to be completely honest. And I think just removing clarification from the bill just is not very great. I think the only thing I like about the bill is removing the up to, just make it more clear on that part. But getting rid of Section B and everything else just doesn't really make much sense to me. So I'll be voting in negation.
Colazo.
Yeah, I will admit I've been kind of pretty confused as to the reason why the bill was introduced. My recommendation is maybe sending it back to the committee and just reevaluating and taking what the Senate body has said, because I myself I don't know how I'm going to be voting. Probably be abstaining because I really don't know if this is more going to be beneficial. I don't see this as going to be not beneficial, but I just don't see the reason why the bill was introduced.
All right, 20 seconds left. Wanjan, you can wrap it up.
I'm just going to say that this bill doesn't do anything negative for RSOs. It's a net positive for RSOs completely. This just makes it so that they're not going to be in pain because they requested more funding than they can actually get. I know I saw a bill that was $70,000 a couple years ago, and so their half was $40,000, and they didn't reach that, but they did come pretty close to meeting the Senate contribution half. And I think that it makes a lot of sense to just make it a match rather than trying to say that they need to pay more.
Debate time has elapsed, so I'll take a motion. Lipner.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on internal bill 5609. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 14 to 4, internal bill 5609 passes on second reading. All right. Is there a motion to move to internal committee reports? Any objections? Seeing none, E&A Committee Chair DeCara.
Reviewed Title VI, and we'll be updating it throughout the following few weeks. And also just waiting on appointments.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. GAP Committee Chair Vasquez.
Hi, everyone. Today in GAP, we kept our meeting a little short, but we discussed plans between now and Election Day, which is November 5th, and just a few weeks until early voting opens up on campus, which is October 21st. We discussed tabling opportunities that we've been invited to and participating in those. And if you haven't already, please check out the reel that was posted on the Student Government Instagram, emphasizing the importance of voting. Thanks to everyone in the video, and even bigger thanks to Anna and Marco behind the scenes, collaborating with me on the planning, filming, and editing of it. The deadline to register to vote is this upcoming Monday. Please do your civic duty and remember to register and come up with the voting plan. Make sure you know how, when, and where you're planning on voting, and keep in mind you can still change your registration past the deadline. It's just important that you are registered. So if you guys have any questions, please ask me. I've already helped several of you fix your registrations or come up with ideas on like how you're going to register and where you're going to vote and stuff. So please feel free to catch me in the office and ask me anything.
Metellus.
Could you share with me those tabling like opportunities, like where you plan on tabling and when? I'd love to share that with my caucus since like voter engagement is one of our initiatives.
For sure. So the one that I'm referring to mostly in particular is going to be held towards the end of the month on the 30th, held by League of Women Voters. It's going to be a nonpartisan event. We're still working out like the details specifically of the event. It'll be from 11 to 3 at the Reflection Pond. The event's titled Party to the Polls. So they're going to be really like playing music and really engaging with students since early voting is already going to be open at that time. They invited student government to table, so I'm going to be working out on how we're going to do that. And we also discussed having the caucuses table themselves, not necessarily having a table for every caucus, but consolidating maybe like 2 tables for the caucuses. So I'm still working out the details for that and getting like the official invitation from them for that event. And then also, I think Jason, we're also going to be tabling at Rosen in 2 weeks. So I know we're going to be covering SBA and GAP a lot there. So that's another tabling opportunity we're planning on doing. It's 11 to 3. And yeah, those are the ones that come to mind right now.
Follow up?
Yeah. Could you like send all that in writing, please?
Of the 2 events?
Yeah, all the details that you just.
Yeah.
All right. Any further questions? All right, seeing none. LJR Committee Chair Courts.
Hello, everyone. Since last time we had Senate, we've seen 5 absence requests. Owen Sherman, Jason Hamid, and Lowell Richmond all approved 4-0-1. Karen Connolly postponed until next committee meeting. Zachary Gaudio approved 2-0-2. We've also seen an internal bill and a resolution, internal bill 5611 PPI, and then resolution 5608 passed 4-0-1. The voting record has been updated, reminding that you're required to contribute to at least 75% of the votes recorded, and you all have, because I didn't have to add any half-asses.
Any questions for Chair Courts? All right, seeing none. Chair Larson.
President voting.
Chair Larson, present and voting, so noted at 9:21 p.m. All right, SBA Committee Chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a great week. These past 2 weeks, we've discussed the concerns we've received from tabling. We have a whole list of ideas if anyone's interested in taking one of them up. I met with Chair Varela to discuss the concerns we received at Rosen and are planning to meet with Rosenlife to discuss potential solutions. We also had an RSO named Wiki Nights come in to discuss the issue of UCF becoming an opt-out university. Basically, that just means that instead of opting into your textbooks and UCF automatically assuming that you're not going to buy anything and you have to choose to pay, UCF will automatically assume that you want to buy all the textbooks for all of your classes and you have to choose to opt out of that. So we're going to be seeing a resolution on that because it was remanded tonight. Next week, this Sunday, we're also having another clothing distribution with Hearts for the Homeless. We just collected so many clothes from our last donation drive event that we have to have another distribution. Dining services also will be distributing food. And also, if you need any help with initiatives, proclamations, or resolutions, please let me know.
Any questions for Chair Hamid? All right, seeing none. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation. All right, notice of legislation on first reading. Internal Bill 5612, updates to Title IV, timeline for appointments for the Student Body Senate. Chair DeCara, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal Bill 5613, Senate reappointment. Chair DeCara, I hereby remand to ENA. Internal Bill 5614, updates to Title III, timeline to fill vacant positions. Chair DeCara, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal Bill 5615, updates to Title V, timeline to fill vacant positions. Chair DeCara, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal Bill 5616, updates to Title VI, timeline to fill vacant positions. Chair DeCara, I hereby remand to ENA. Internal Bill 5617, updates to Title IV, timeline to fill vacant positions. Chair DeCara, I hereby remand to LJR. Resolutions, Resolution 5609, resolution advocating for the University of Central Florida to support the use of open educational resources. DSER Amanda Lazo, I hereby remand to SBA. Proclamations, Proclamation 5617, proclamation recognizing October 21st, 2024 to October 24th, 2024 as National Student Transfer Week. Vice Chair Gumrov, I hereby remand to SBA. Proclamation 5618, proclamation to recognize October 2024 as LGBTQ+ History Month. Senator Green, I hereby remand to SBA. Proclamation 5619, proclamation in remembrance and recognition of the Ocoee Massacre. DSER Lazo, I hereby remand to SBA. Notice of legislation on third reading. Bills, Internal Bill 5607, updates to Title VI. Chair DeCara, is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. DeCara.
Yeah, it's still the same thing as last time. I know we had the amendment that the first meeting of this new Senate session will be hybrid of an in-person and virtual modalities. But other than that, it's still the same as it was. I yield to questioning.
We're online for questioning. Gumrov.
Just a point of clarification. So what do they mean by, okay, before the final examination period following the election?
So like the election happens like a normal, like as like, the election will happen while we're still like in session. And then like, I think like at the end, like you'll figure out like who are the newer ones coming in, like who rules are turning and whatever. But when it says before the final examination period, so it'll be the Thursday before the final exams. So the final examination period will happen like a week, and that Thursday before is the last meeting of that session, like this session for this one. But yeah, just following the election. So basically, we just have the election in general. Like we can't end the session without the election. So it's just keeping the same context of what's in the before, as you see, like runoff election period, but just adding in the before the final examination period, and then also saying UCF academic calendar.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I will see more sets amendment in 613.2A as a technical, just taking out the B. All right, anyone wishing to speak? I'll do Metellus, Wangen, Reed.
I will be voting in favor of this bill. I think it does make a lot of sense for sure. And I'm glad that we're doing something like this. And I encourage you guys to all vote in favor as well.
I will actually be voting in negation of this bill. Unfortunately, I just think the concerns with like running all of these elections hybrid and then just the lack of engagement that we tend to have over the summer, I don't want to transfer to the first like 2 weeks of elections. So I will not be voting in favor of this bill.
Reed.
Yeah, so I'll be voting in favor for this bill. I think especially once examinations end, people are moving out of apartments and dorms. It can be a pretty hectic time, and it might be easier for a lot of people to go hybrid for the first meeting just because of, time constraints, having to travel back home, a lot of different variables when it comes to the end of final examination period and the end of a semester. So that's why I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone to do so as well.
Lipner.
Motion to see my amendment, potentially as a friendly to Kara.
No, that's not how that works. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it pretty much says the same thing.
Yeah, it's just
different
clarifying
grammar.
because we had that one concern.
We'll see it as a technical.
I see no issue.
Okay. See it as a technical. Pretty much says the same thing. All right. Paul.
Yeah, I'm also going to vote in favor. More speaking candidly, I think it being hybrid makes a lot of sense. I would also argue this is kind of the first step in something that's actually been a long time thought of my own of, every time we all experience a speaker election, what's something that both candidates both said is going to happen. We're going to have a hybrid summer session. That's so cool. It's almost as if the speakers the last 4 years have done that anyways. I would argue this helps begin to set the precedent that long-term legislation the summer should be hybrid as the standard. If Senate wants to move for some reason during summer back to fully in person, I think the speaker should have to run on that and explain why people should have to be here all summer long versus the other way around of, I'm going to run on hybrid. Why would anyone not run on hybrid at this point, being honest with each other? So I think to me, this bill is good, but I also think it allows us to kind of take the first step towards that long-term goal of just making that the standard to begin with going forward, at least for the summer session.
Any further, Varela?
I want to be honest, I'm pretty on the fence. I think I'm probably going to be voting in favor, but I still have pretty significant concerns like that Washington brought up about this first meeting. Some of the most important votes we have are the votes we have for speaker and pro temp. And I am very concerned, if you're hybrid, you just aren't going to be as engaged as if you're actually here. That's something we've seen over summer. This year has kind of happened whenever, you go to online classes, you're not going to be as engaged as when you're in person. So I would really worry that those elections might not quite be as, again, people won't be engaged in those extremely important votes. I'll also be voting in favor, but that's still something I do want to bring up and as a really serious concern of this bill.
I'll do Collazo, Wangen, Gumrov.
I share the same sentiments as Senator Valera with subsection A. I voted against that amendment for those similar reasons. I do have the concern of engagements with senators in regards to the Senate president and Senate pro tempore elections. But yeah, that's my only thing. But I'll probably be voting for it.
Just to clarify, I'm perfectly in favor of the summer being hybrid. It's the change to the period that we have Senate for that my concerns mostly lie in. I think we should be having these elections during the school, during the spring, if at all possible, because that's when most people are here and able to be as present as possible for elections, whether that's speaker and pro temp or chair elections.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch on what everyone's saying about voter engagement. I feel as if it's not quite our place to dictate when senators will or will not be active in voting. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the senator's responsibility, and that's the trust that we put in our fellow senators. And regardless of whether or not we're having elections, we do important business every meeting. And so, I mean, I would hope every meeting everyone's taking their decisions into consideration, but there's really no way to guarantee that. And I don't know if over legislating is the way to try and guarantee that for important elections. So I'll be voting in favor.
All right, we have a little over 4 minutes remaining in debate. Green.
Matt, I don't know if point of order is the correct word, or like point of information rather.
What do you, because I don't really know the terms that well, to be honest.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I'm just a bit confused. And the bill, when it mentions the election, that's referring to electing Senate leadership, not the actual Senate election, correct?
DeCaro.
Yeah, the election, whenever as ever mentioned around the election, in Title 6 is regarding the election for student body president and like that, and then the Senate, and then whatever amendments from the referendum and such. So anytime election is ever mentioned, it refers to that.
All right, thank you.
All right, a little over 3 minutes. Hall.
I want to first, if I can, I saw Chair Metellus' hand up for a long time.
Metellus, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I kind of like I understand where Senator Varela is coming from, but I do think like it was kind of seconding what Gumarov said. I do think that no matter what the meeting is, senators should take it seriously. But I also think that that first meeting, senators will definitely take seriously because it is the first meeting. That they want to be engaged. There's some senators it might be their first time at a meeting. So I don't think personally that would be an issue. And I think having these meetings hybrid gives people more freedom to be back home with their families while still being able to be involved at their school.
Yeah, I mean, all I was going to say was when I was elected speaker 2 years ago, it was a hybrid election. One of my opponents was online, as well as a bunch of other senators were. There wasn't really an issue with that speaker election, as far as I can tell. We also had a pro temp election that was also virtual. Point being, I would just argue it's not really that necessary whether it's hybrid or not. I understand the concern, and I actually agree with what Chair Metellus was saying exactly. At the end of the day, it feels a little bit like over legislating that, at least in the sense of if we're going to require everyone to be there in person, just because historically that hasn't always happened to begin with. So to me, I just think the bill as it stands works. I don't really see a problem with it. I think, if anything, the one thing that Senator Wanjan said that I think can also be dealt with over time is the issue of getting leadership onboarded and whatnot, as well as just senators onboarded. I have full faith and confidence that Speaker Pullman and the pro temp office and Brody can get that, whether this bill passes or not. I don't really have an issue with it. I don't see the problem with the bill. I encourage you to vote for it.
All right, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in debate. Finish.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 33 to 3 to 2, internal bill 5607 passes on third reading. All right, internal bill 5608 updates to Title 8, giving ORS the power to modify sanctions. Chair Rose, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we saw this 2 weeks ago. It's basically just allowing ORS to reopen a case, kind of if there's new information. In order, like if there was new information that made a sanction improper, this would allow ORS to go back and see that information and then remove the sanction if they determine that it should be removed. And I mean, yeah, that's kind of it. I yield to question.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Remember, you guys have 10 minutes. Any questions, Lipner?
This is more for Brody. Is the blue part the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Or Varela? It is, isn't it?
So that's actually I'm gonna go more debate. That's my amendment. I had a really bad formatting that made Brody annoyed, so he fixed it for me. But that big blue part that says Brody Taylor, that's actually my amendment. So don't get confused by that.
Okay. Any further questions? Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, remember you guys have 10 minutes. Girl.
Should see my amendment.
There's been a motion. So yours is the blue one. And so all of the amendments? Okay. And you want to see them all together right now?
Yes.
All right, there's been a motion to see Senator Varela's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, is there a motion for a 355? Is there a motion for a 555? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. I guess in simplest terms, my amendment will keep the same intention of the bill, which is to fix a problem, but do it in a better way. The problem at hand is that ROS faces instances where we have new evidence that we want to, reconsider for a sanction, but we don't have the power to do that. This is something we've been talking about a lot in ROS and just in general with just Brandt's leadership and as a Senate in general behind the scenes. And while I definitely think this is a big issue that we need to be able to adjust sanctions after the 10 business days that judicial appeal happen, it is not really RS's place to do an appeal, which is what this is. When you are reconsidering a decision, that is an appeal. That is a power traditionally reserved for the judicial branch. And the bill, as it is written without the amendment, would definitely, kind of muddy the line between separation of power and checks and balances, which is not something we want to do. My amendment would just kind of get rid of the 10-day timeline for judicial to do that on fiscal appeal, which basically just means that an RSO can appeal at any time, even if they're been more than 10 days. Kind of how that would work. Say if ROS gets an RSO come and say, hey, we have no evidence that simply would change your mind, we can say, okay, cool, send that evidence to judicial. It'll be sorted out in a week. A really quick thing. They can just see it during their weekly council meetings. It'll be a really quick process. It shouldn't create any issues. Again, basically the same effect as being able to modify sanctions. Instead of giving ROS that power, it gives judicial that power, which is already judicial's power. Again, giving ROS the power to modify sanctions is really kind of toeing the line of, or it's kind of over the line of something that's judicial's power. So yeah, with that, I do the questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. I'll do Wanjin, Karingal, Gumrov.
Do you have any concern that the Judicial Council will not be able to follow the same standards that ORS generally does, and where ORS has consistent precedents of the sort of things that make them lower sanctions, whereas the Judicial Council does not necessarily understand those and has in the past lowered sanctions that the ORS committee felt very strongly were correct?
I have no concern because, again, it is within judicial's power and jurisdiction to have fiscal appeals, which is someone appealing saying, hey, I think the sanction is wrong and needs to be lowered. There is an entire judicial rules and procedure for a whole hearing, a whole court hearing where, ROS can present their case about why they're right. The RSO can present their case about why they're right. There is very much a process for that. So if ROS feels very strongly that someone should not be lowered, then they can debate that and display why they think that. On the end, it'll be judicial's, call because they are the arbiters. But again, like a court case, there will be proper time for both sides to give their cases.
Karingal.
Sorry if I may have missed it, but was this run by judicial and they are here with this?
Yes, I ran it by Chief Justice, and it will not impede judicial functions.
Lipner.
My hand was down. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Gumrov.
May I direct clarification questions to the LJR chair?
You may.
To the best of your knowledge, so I'm a tad confused. So are these two separate tiles that we're seeing, or is this one that we're at, like, are we adding the judicial point into this, or is there a separate thing within there? Like, who can answer that?
Can I direct it at Varela, you can answer.
Yeah, so basically the big thing of contention here is that 10-day timeline where you can only do the appeal within 10 business days. So an RSO has like evidence 6 months from now, then they can't do the appeal. Basically, all this is doing is getting rid of that language, so an RSO can do an appeal whenever, which is kind of what we want for this bill. And that language appears in 2 statutes, one in Title 8, which was originally in the bill, so I got rid of that. And then it pops up a second time in Title 5, which is the judicial thing. So basically, I just added the part of Chapter 5 where that 10 business days shows up, and I got rid of it. It does the same exact thing. One can exist with the other. If we pass the Title 8 one, but not the Title 5 one, then it's contradictory. So there's the same thing, and they just have to be linked because of consistency's sake.
We have a little over 2 minutes remaining questioning Wanjin.
So the original bill had the requirement that for the quote unquote appeal for ORS to happen, they would need to present new evidence. Should we not leave this 10 business day timeline for a traditional appeal, but potentially make it remove the boundary if there is new evidence being introduced, rather than just opening a blanket ability for them to appeal 6 months in the future because they didn't bother to do it originally within the 10 business days?
Okay, I think that's kind of a multifaceted question, if I understand. So I'm going to focus on the new evidence thing first. You kind of already need that to initiate an appeal. From my understanding, from what I learned of the appeal system, you need to prove that there was either, bias, that there was procedural error, or that there is new evidence that could change the ruling. So those are the things you need to prove to have an appeal be accepted by judicial, because judicial could still decide to not take up the appeal. Secondly, there's a lot of times when a new e-board comes in, so that is why they need to appeal, or they find new evidence in the future. I don't see a reality where an RSO gets sanctioned, they know they have evidence, they'll return it, and they just don't. That seems like, again, not great. And even then, I don't see an issue with them just going 6 months later when there's a new e-board, people actually care, they want to overdo what was done wrong in the past. So yeah, I don't see an issue with any of what you said.
All right, where are the remaining questions? Is there a motion to extend questioning time by 2 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, Gumrov.
One more clarifying question. So, is it not at all possible or plausible for instance, someone to request an appeal past the 10 business days within the ORS committee, and then after the ORS committee makes their decision, can judicial then foresee that, or is that just doesn't make sense?
To me, that doesn't really make sense, because again, that's giving ORS the power to appeal, and that is not a power usually that's a power that's reserved for judicial. Yeah, that's something I really thought about, because I wanted to change the bill, kind of make sure judicial is not having too much power erosion. But after thinking about it, it just makes more sense to just give judicial the power, because again, like I said, it could be very streamlined. Like ROS can issue a recommendation to judicial saying, hey, there's this RSO that we think should be lower sanctioned, so you can expedite it's a fiscal appeal, and they can do it in a week. So yeah, I don't think the ROS should need the power to handle appeals.
Lipner.
Reading through the whereas clauses, it seems like the intent of the original bill was to extend the timeline to include past the 10 days, but your amendment seems to be limiting it to the 10 days. Do you understand that discrepancy or the reasoning behind that?
Honestly, don't really answer your question, because my amendment actually gets rid of the 10-day timeline, the whereas clause, because the original intent of the bill was to give ROS more power for the reason to get rid of sanctions after the 10 days. My bill again gets rid of the sanctions after 10 days, just in a different way that doesn't give ROS that power, because there is serious checks and balances concerns there. Yeah, but no, it is no, the 10-day timeline is being get rid of. That's basically the most basic way to put it, is that an RSO can appeal after 10 days.
May I follow up?
You may.
Can you explain where it says that the RSO can do that? Because I might be missing it.
Okay, yeah, let me just look at here. Actually, it looks like when Brody put it in, I actually strike through it. So let me
I'm gonna give the word Wanjin really quick.
My amendments are screwing it up. There should be a strike through on B within 10 business days, but I have an amendment removing that. So currently it doesn't look like it's there, but in Varella's amendment, it is.
All right. Are there further questions? Is there a motion to extend questioning time by 3 minutes? Any objections? All right. Seeing none, we have 3 minutes remaining. Gumov, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, because I was still confused with my first question, but it's real quick. The only reason why I was asking where this is changing within the titles is because this is a lot of information and it has a lot of timeline stuff outside of the 10 business timelines. Like it has, the Chief Justice shall contact the appellant within 3 business days. Are these timelines that were already pre-decided from previous titles, or is this something that we're just adding in for the very first time within this title?
The only thing that is changing out of all of this mumbo jumbo in this big block, the only thing that's changing is the 10 days that the RSO has to go to judicial to make the appeal is going away. The RSO will have until their sanction is naturally lifted to go to the judicial. All those other numbers are already there.
Metellus.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 5 minutes. Metellus.
Yeah, I will definitely be voting in favor of this amendment. I do think this is a good catch from Chair Varela. I definitely do think the way it was before, now that I see this amendment, kind of was stepping on checks and balances. And I also think he made the purpose of the amendment very clear, basically just removing the 10-day cap, but still keeping the power in judicial's hands. I kind of think that if Vice Chair Varela can correct me if I'm wrong, but I literally think that is the purpose of the bill, like the sentence I just stated. So I think it's very thought out and well, and I will be voting in favor and encourage you guys to do the same.
Collazo.
So this is the very reason why I voted no on the second reading, because it removed essentially judicial's appeal process. Because I, as a former justice myself, it's judicial who has the purview when it comes to fiscal administrative decisions or IRS things. So I do like Vice Chair Valera's amendments, and I will be voting in favor of them.
Rose.
I'm going to be voting no to this amendment. I really think that it should just go through ORS first. And then if the RSO wants to appeal after that, then judicial can do it. It wouldn't, like the original bill, wouldn't be taking away judicial's power to appeal, to see any appeals. It makes sense for it to go through ORS. Like ORS is the Operations Review and Sanctions Committee. We should have the power to change sanctions. Like it's pretty straightforward. You can say like, oh, appeals are only for for one branch, but I don't know. I don't know about any of that, but I just really think it makes the most sense for it to go through ORS because we're the committee that deals with sanctions. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Johnson.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the whole reason for this change to the titles was because we were having an issue with an RSO being sanctioned, and we needed to modify the sanction. So with that in mind, I'm actually going to vote no against this amendment. I think it's a great idea, and I do understand the fear of kind of stepping on judicial's toes. But the original amendment, to my understanding, doesn't get bill doesn't really get rid of judicial's ability to appeal any sanctions. It's just giving ORS the ability to appeal them. And as someone who's formerly on ORS, I just think it's something that they would be great having.
Wanjin.
I echo much of Johnson's statements. It's really important that we recognize that this isn't necessarily the appeal issue. Generally, I've experienced, I think, 3 different fiscal appeals for ORS decisions. Every single one of those was just an RSO saying, we don't like ORS's decision. They did not present any new evidence. They had nothing new to say to the Judicial Council. But I believe actually one of them hadn't shown up to ORS, but 2 of them, they had nothing new to say and they just wanted to argue to a different body. That is generally what the judicial appeals end up actually being. And that's why the 10 business day timeline currently exists, in order to make sure that they have to actually get through that in a quick manner, rather than just sitting there and waiting for them to decide that maybe they have a friend who's on judicial who they think is going to rule in their favor. Because I know that judicial is unbiased, but people don't necessarily recognize that. So I will be voting against this amendment. I don't think it's necessary. And with the way the bill currently stands, judicial has the ability to see an appeal if it is taken to the Judicial Council after ORS reviews new evidence. Just because there is new evidence does not necessarily make it something where judicial should be the only one making a decision on this.
Read a little less than a minute.
Okay, thank you. So I'm pretty on the fence about this, only because the language to me is a little bit confusing. I know we did discuss it, but within the 10 business days, I think I am a little confused. Are we allowing people outside of the 10 business days or still within? So that's a part of my concern. But also I do believe that because it is within the powers and duties of the Judicial Council, that they should be able to kind of make that decision, because it is within their jurisdiction. And I believe that they fully have like the right to kind of make those decisions, as well as ORS. But again, that language is the kind of thing, the only thing that's like really throwing me off. Thank you.
Debate time has elapsed. Varela. There's been a motion to extend debate time by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, you guys have 5 more minutes. Collazo, Varela, Gumrov.
So this is the way I see it. So the Judicial Council has parking appeals. A student will appeal to parking services first. If for whatever reason they don't agree with the with parking services ruling, they go to Judicial Council for the unbiased ears that the Judicial Council has for that specific reason. For students to go back to the same committee or body who ruled like a certain like sanction, this just wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for a student to go back to parking services and ask them to rehear the case again, because they have the same ears against the same people. So when we're dealing with appeals, we want fresh ears, we want fresh eyes on like sets of evidence and whatever. And in regards to like the 10 business days, they contact the Chief Justice. So like whatever happens. The Judicial Council makes a decision, as a whole body. And when it comes to the validity of the appeal, it's normally based on new evidence. In my time as a justice, when it came down to parking appeals, we had new evidence. So at the end of the day, it's really up to the purview of the Judicial Council.
Varela.
Yeah, I think I just need to clarify some things. One, I just want to make it abundantly clear. The power to consider appeals upon the presentation of new evidence is currently a power that resides within judicial. That is their power that they currently have. This bill unamended would split that power, which is inherently an erosion of checks and balances. It's your decision if that's what you guys want, but that's what it would be. Secondly, just to clarify exactly what the bill does, again, it's very simple. Currently, in our current statutes, an RSO cannot appeal anything after the 10 business days has passed after the sanction was issued. Passing this amendment would make it so that you can appeal 10 business days after. It just gets rid of that time requirement. So that's really what I want to emphasize.
2.5 minutes remaining in debate. Gumrov.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I just want to say, if there's this much back and forth between the judicial and the ORS over this power, it would perhaps be helpful for them to conversate more if we would table this, but I'm not going to say a motion. I just want to say that.
Vasquez.
Well, just to clarify, judicial wouldn't be able to give an opinion on the bill anyway, so it really wouldn't be a conversation with them. But I think I'm going to be voting in favor of the bill, simply from like the perspective of an RSO. The amount of RSO representatives that I personally have encountered, even some of my RSOs come into the office and be like, "Hey, can you help me? Like fiscally, I don't understand how to do this, whatever." We answer so many questions about fiscal stuff, but there's been 2 instances where I've had new e-boards from like 2 years ago come in and be like, "So my RSO has been sanctioned because of something. I have no clue what we got sanctioned for. This was 2 e-boards ago. Do you have the details on that?" And I have to go and like obviously help out these RSOs and give them information on it. And even simply just the fact that they don't have access to that information and they'd be willing to appeal, I feel like that just opens up a door for like new e-boards that like have to face the problem that the old e-boards like committed. So I'll be voting.
All right, we have about a minute remaining in debate. Larson.
I'm going to be voting in negation for this bill. I feel like it's kind of ridiculous that ORS can't amend a sanction if it, perhaps makes a mistake or new evidence appears. I feel like that's definitely not eroding any checks and balances, especially because the power that's given to judicial is specifically if a RSO feels like they were dealt with unfairly or it was somehow violated some of the statutes that have. So therefore, I feel like, this is a completely separate thing from that. So you're not taking away any of the power of the judicial branch. You're just giving another opportunity for RSOs to, present some new evidence, actually get their thing figured out correctly. So with that, I'm going to be voting in negation for this amendment.
Debate time has elapsed. Lipner.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Oh yeah, it was as a block. So all of the amendments, they were seen as a block. Any objections? Seeing, I'll get you after the vote. Seeing non-renowned voting procedures.
So as a reminder, it's on 3rd reading, so it would have needed 2/3.
So with a vote count of 16 to 16 to 6 to 7, the amendments fail. We're still in debate on the bill. Because I got it wrong the last time, and when you're doing an amendment, it doesn't count towards debate. So we still have 10 minutes left in debate on this bill. Varela.
Motion to postpone this bill indefinitely.
I object.
Do you withdraw? All right. So I think the first one who said it, I heard Wanjan first. Wanjan, okay.
I'll take
so 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. So you've, oh, yes. Gaudio.
Present and voting.
Senator Gaudio, present and voting, Senator at 10 p.m. All right. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry, am I first? Basically, this bill is really important, and we should be seeing it so that we can help the RSOs that had new evidence that they can come in and say, "Hey, we paid all of the money that we needed to pay for our contribution." It's really important for us to be able to have ORS overturn or change or whatever their sanction in order to allow us to fund RSOs in a way that makes sense. Just because we're allowing ORS to do this instead of the judicial branch doesn't mean that we should be taking it out on RSOs.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree that's an important issue, which is why I wish my amendment would have passed. But this bill was completely unpassable in its current state, just because, again, this appeal system is something that judicial has in real government too. It is just, again, an erosion of the separation of powers, and it's not okay. Like, you are just taking away judicial power and giving it to ROS when it's not ROS's jurisdiction. Yes, they handle sanctions and they are experts on sanctions. So during a fiscal appeal, ROS can issue an expert opinion saying, hey, we have this RSO that we want, remove sanctions on. Can you guys do this fast for us? And they can just do that. Take them almost less than a week. So again, the power of appeals is judicial power. That's just in real government. That's just how it is. So like, again, appeals are, I'm not sure how much clearer I can put it. Appeals are a judicial thing, not a legislative committee thing. So again, I think we should PPI this bill just because it can't really be passed. Yeah, I guess you to the debate.
All right, let's remember we have 5 minutes in debate. There's a lot of hands. I'll do Morset, Collazo, Metellus.
I agree with Wanda's point of having to see it tonight because it will affect RSOs. I think whichever way this vote does swing tonight, it's important just for it to have a decision in this body tonight because it's a really important bill whichever way it goes, and it would allow the current issues that ORS is having to be mitigated pretty soon. So I agree with seeing it tonight.
Collazo.
Yeah, I don't like the bill. It's not something that I believe is like right in terms of checks and balances here. Judicial's purview is appeals. So, and the language of overturning has been used. Again, that language is for the judicial branch. And with even our last meeting, when I asked the author, what do you mean in terms of modifying? The author stated that they could modify the sanction all the way down to 0. And again, that's judicial's purview to do. I also think this is a communication issue with the ORS committee, RSOs, and the Judicial Council. Because if, RSOs are coming to you asking, why we're being sanctioned and things like that, I think the first thing that should be done is point them in the direction of the judicial branch so the judicial branch could, hear this appeal. Yes, the judicial branch does not have a lot of experience on fiscal appeals. However, I think this is the reason why. It's because the people who are trying to appeal are not being sent to them quickly as they should be.
Okay, Metellus.
Yeah, although I voted in favor of that amendment and I completely agreed that I feel like judicial should be more involved, I don't think that is a reason, even though the amendment failed, I don't think that's a reason to fully PPI this bill. I think the bill overall is extremely important. And I think its purpose is still important, even though clearly, well, not majority, but half of us agreed that it wasn't necessary to have judicial involved. I still think the bill overall is something that we should vote in favor of, especially since it would affect a lot of RSOs after today. I think keeping this issue and not passing it today is worse than just having something in place now that can solve this problem. And if it does become an issue of checks and balances or something, then we can deal with that. But I feel like as of now, especially because some fiscal leadership think that it's okay as is, or people who are fiscally experienced think it is okay as is, I think we should vote in favor of it.
I'll clarify, if this vote for this swings in Wanjin's favor, we're still in debate for the bill. So yeah, no, it's fine. But 2 minutes remaining in debate. Hall.
Yeah, I was just going to take it one step further than Chair would tell us, at least of why I think PPI it's not the correct approach. Most of fiscal seems to agree. 37 to 1 last Thursday, or the Thursday last, also agreed. Obviously, seems to be new information that's come to light, but seems pretty clear that there was a consensus on this before. And at the very least, I mean, to Senator Gumarov's previous point, I know that there was conversation about that, but in the worst case scenario here, if after 10 minutes of debate, we extend it again and we keep talking and talking and talking, then to be honest, at the very least, if this is a very legitimate concern, I see no reason why it can't be either postponed or sent back to committee or whatever way we want to come around to it. At the end of the day, though, like we can't just all of a sudden get rid of the bill just because some issue came up. I think it's worth discussing that issue at length and then figuring out what the best route to go is.
1 minute remaining in debate. I'll do Richmond.
So if we do PPI, we can bring it back. It's like I did with the CAW legislation. But I think PPIing it is making a clear decision too, with that being said, because it's kind of saying we don't want it. So that's the only thing that kind of stuck out with me in regards to PPIing isn't a decision. I think it kind of is, but it can go anyway.
All right, Gumarov, there's 20 seconds.
While I don't think PPIing is the right choice, I think it's going to be a good decision if we were like to postpone it, because there just seems to be a lot of confusion. And I do think passing something without full understanding could cause more problems than we're solving. Just because I see a lot of things in here I already have a million questions about. So that's it.
All right, debate time has elapsed, so we're now in voting procedures. Okay, so
yeah, to be clear, yes on your machine is for the objection, no is for the motion. So yes if you want to continue debate, no if you want to PPI.
with a vote count of 28 to 10 to 1, we are still in debate. We have 10 minutes. Hamid.
I have a question and a follow-up question, if that's okay.
To who?
To you. The first question is to you, technically.
Okay.
Would the justices be able to answer a question on this?
You could make a motion to ask. Motion to allow non-committee member to speak.
Motion to allow a non-committee member to speak, that being any justice that really wants to, I guess, for like 2 minutes.
There's been a motion to allow a non-committee member to speak, that being any justice who wants to, for 2 minutes. Are there any objections? All right, there's been an objection. Do you withdraw?
Can I ask why there was an objection?
I was just wondering if we could extend longer than 2 minutes, just because it is kind of like a lengthy debate that we've had. So I think it would be important to get more feedback and more from the justices.
You're so real.
Would you like to amend the motion?
Can I amend it to 5 minutes?
All right. What I just said, but 5 minutes. Any objections? All right, seeing none. Yeah.
So question to you guys. Thank you for being here, by the way. With the bill in its current state, would you guys be in support of it?
It is not the purview of the judicial branch to opine on legislation that has not yet passed. However, in my personal opinion and in my experience at the judicial branch, I do believe that the powers of review, including fiscal appeals, belongs to the judicial branch.
Boynton.
I just want to say there's a lot of review that Senate does, like Senate exec sees LJR appeals. I believe those appeals can go to Senate if someone really disagrees with Senate exec. Not every power of review is delegated to the judicial branch, so this isn't any different than that.
I'll do Collazo and then Reed.
I do want to clarify with the sentiment shared by the previous senator that, I think this appeal is a little bit different because we as a legislative branch has the power of the purse. So that's something delegated to us by the Constitution. And then, so when it comes in regards to Senate matters, internal matters, for example, absences, yes, we have a Senate Executive Committee, and then we have the Senate body to handle internal Senate matters. However, when it comes to money, that's where it gets kind of tricky, because yes, we have the power of the purse. However, who signs the legislation? The student body president. Who can review that legislation? The judicial branch. So again, I will reiterate that I'm not in favor of this bill, and I really do think that it should, we should just reserve the right for appeals to the judicial branch.
Reed.
Yeah, I really agree with that last sentiment, but I do have a question for judicial. When it comes to any type of financial, whether that's like anything at all financial, are you all like even comfortable taking that on? Because I know that we're saying all these things like for you, but is this something that you all believe you can handle within like yourself as a body?
Yeah, absolutely. Our Knight Connect has a very explicit method of receiving requests. All of my justices are fiscally trained, as is in code with our title. And in addition, we are all ethically trained through student conduct as well. And so our standards for being the final arbiter on student government matters are in line with our ethical standards as well. Those include, but are not limited to, irregularities in fairness and procedural bias, and extraordinarily disproportionate sanctions, and also new and or significant information that could have affected the outcome of a case.
All right, sorry, I'm trying to pick new hands. So sorry if I keep repeating the same ones. Larson.
I still think this bill is pretty top notch and very necessary, especially, to get passed today so we can, deal with the reason that this bill even got created. But to speak on the matter of whether or not it should go to judicial or not, from my understanding, judicial will deal with something if it goes against, like, it's unfair, or it goes against statutes, or it's, just exorbitantly wrong. Okay, this bill wouldn't change any of that. Judicial would still see it for those cases. This would only change it if there is new evidence, and if there's new evidence, it should go straight to the people that are like the experts in that. Judicial is not an expert in ORS matters. Like, they might be fiscally trained and stuff, but by no means are they any better than like the people that see that stuff day after day. So with that being said, like, there should be no reason why this shouldn't be a power of ORS, because it's not like, we're taking anything away from judicial. Judicial will still have their thing. This is just for a niche case, which currently, like, judicial doesn't even cover. So this wouldn't be like eroding any powers. Judicial still has the same amount of powers. It would just be giving some to ORS that are frankly extremely crucial and very necessary as fast as possible.
All right, I'm working on letting new people speak. I realize I'm picking the same people. So Richmond, Green, Gaudio. 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll keep this really quick. So I think it's important to note that the last thing Chief Justice said was new information that is added. So it is eroding the judicial's power, as they already have that power. So taking it away and putting it in Senate's hands or in ORS's hands, I think is clearly violating checks and balances. I think it's good to have a new perspective. I think ORS would have already dealt with it. They did their ruling. When new evidence comes, judicial looks at it. That's just how it goes. So I will not be voting in support of this bill.
Green.
Yes. So regarding, sorry, y'all, it's late. So regarding, like, if there's a disagreement between, let's say, ORS and judicial over like an amendment to, or like a change in the sanction to an RSO, my biggest concern, especially since Senator Varela's amendments failed, was that there's like, who gets the final say in that? For me, I think since that is a power traditionally vested with judicial, they should get the final say. But with the bill as written currently, I don't see that being like I don't see that occurring. I think it is senatorial overreach by that point.
Gaudio.
Well, I do believe in the argument of separation of powers is very powerful. I do also believe that their power overall should have limitations to it. And I will always welcome more reasonable opportunities for RSOs to fight against liabilities placed on them. Even if the bill ends up failing, I would still like to see new ways for RSOs to lose those sanctions through the judicial branch, which could be more palatable to the people who ultimately voted against because of separation of powers.
All right. Is there a motion to extend debate? Right now we're at 2 minutes remaining. Is there a motion to extend debate by another 3 minutes? Any objections? All right, seeing none. Alcuda. I was gonna pick on Gumrov. Wanjin.
So I voted to PPI this bill, and I will be voting against it. I think that it very clearly takes away power. It gives power to us that is not in our power to give to ourselves. It is very clearly with judicial. And I think if we were going to pass this bill, we voted against the amendment that judicial would approve to have made that okay. So I'll be voting against this.
Gumrov.
Yeah, so I really I see so many just confusion on this bill. Even me and myself, like I personally don't like the idea. My main concern is the idea of a sanction being increased, which I don't know why that would ever happen, but like that was a thing within the bill. And there's just so many different things that I see like us making amendments to and stuff. And I really don't have full confidence in passing a piece of legislation without being fully aware of it and we all being on the same page. So I really preface this and I motion to postpone this until next week.
Do you withdraw? All right, who was the first objector? Was it? Okay, Johnson. All right. Okay, so I'm pausing debate. We had about 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes left. Objector, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
The PPI on this bill is still an answer.
Postpone.
Oh, postpone.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah, a postpone on this bill is still an answer. It's not even a bill. I'm so sorry, guys. A postpone on, oh, it is a bill. Just kidding. A postpone on the bill is still an answer. I feel like even though it's very complicated, we need to make a decision today, especially since this bill was written because there is an issue with an RSO. I do believe that is time sensitive, so we need to make a decision tonight.
Yeah, so respectfully, I disagree. A postpone really isn't a decision to the bill. It's more of a decision to work on it and make sure that it is exactly what we want, because while this is pertaining to a particular situation, it's going to pertain to every single other situation like forthcoming after we pass the bill. And while it may help one RSO, maybe a discrepancy in one of our vocabulary, something we said, something within LJR could cause problems for potential RSO. So I just don't think it's right to speed through it. And clearly we were split on the vote about if LJR should be involved or not. I know we all still feel very strongly half and half. I just don't see us coming to a resolution tonight. And so I think we can come to a better resolution on another date.
All right, 5 minutes in debate. I'll do Metellus, Collazo, Lifner.
Honestly, I agree with both sentiments. So although I do feel like it's important that this gets done tonight, does somebody want to try a different amendment to the bill that kind of adds what people are disagreeing about to it so that we can try something new? But I understand that it is a very in-depth bill and it would need a very in-depth amendment. So if we don't have time, I get that too. But I'm just throwing that out there for you guys.
Collazo.
Yeah, to go on to Senator Metellus' sentiments, I was going to suggest that if fiscal leadership does want to keep things internal, I would suggest not sending the sanction back to ORS, but to the Senate body. And then the Senate body just makes a decision. And if that RSO doesn't agree with the Senate body's decision, then they can send it to judicial. But my only real objection to the bill in of itself is ORS viewing it twice. So I think that we can resolve this tonight. So I don't want to postpone.
Lipkin?
Yeah. Meritain. I don't know how this works.
No. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I will actually be agreeing with the postponement. I was considering even sending it back to ORS so they can maybe even rework how this is all happening. But yeah, it's very clear that this is an overstepping of ORS's bounds, and it's kind of stepping into where judicial should be taking place. I completely agree with the whereas where we should be allowing more ways to modify the sanctions past the 10 business days, but it should be within judicial, not ORS. So I'll be voting to postpone the bill.
Wanjin.
I will be voting against postponing this. I have an amendment on the bill that I think should help clean things up, just because that makes it very clear that if whether ORS takes action or doesn't take action, the RSO can choose to appeal to judicial after ORS chooses either to take action or not. And I think that is a fair way to make sure that it's clear judicial has the final say and has the ability to see something even if ORS chooses not to, but that it's not required that that if the RSO can get a decision from ORS that would probably be faster and what might be a little bit more well reasoned, then it doesn't have to go to judicial. And that makes it so that the 10 business days would be after ORS chooses to take action or not.
Reed.
Yeah, so I will be voting in favor of the postponing simply because I believe that there's a lot within this bill that can be kind of reconsidered, and because there was so much confusion with the amendment and with this bill and who has the final say, things like that. I believe that it could be postponed and really thought over by those who wrote it and things like that. And then because I believe this is so important to RSOs going forward, that this is not something that we should just rush through. I think this really needs to be further considered and kind of came to a further consensus before really being seen by the rest of the Senate body.
There's about 30 seconds remaining, Gaurav.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so a lot of the amendments that we're throwing in right now, a lot of them changed the, like, sort of the entire concept of the bill. So it's just, I mean, if we keep adding amendments, a lot of what we're doing right now is a brainstorm session. And I just feel like that'll be better dealt with at a later time rather than right here, right now. So that's my ending sentiment.
All right, there's about 10 minutes remaining in debate time. So, Lipner?
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any? Oh, wait. Actually, then there's actually 1 minute remaining in debate time. I'm sorry. So that was wrong. We have 1 minute. Rose.
I'm actually kind of in favor of postponing just because it's kind of late. And I think, yeah, if we just all think it over and if we see this again, like towards the beginning of, earlier on in the next meeting, we'll have more time to really get it right. So.
Varela.
Actually, I probably vote no on this. No, yes, no, no. Don't postpone it because I actually agree with Libner. I think he said that we should send it back to ROS because at one point we're on third reading, so every amendment needs a 2/3 vote, which is just like for a bill as controversial as this, it's a lot. So I think if we can throw it back to ROS and like it come through all over again with all this new information, I think it'd be a lot healthier of a thing. Then it's like us hoping that someone can get 2/3 of the vote for an amendment, which is probably just not going to happen because of how controversial the bill is. So it's kind of this. It's just we're in a gridlock right now, so we could just undo the gridlock, send it back to ROS, and reset.
Well, debate time has elapsed. So we're now in voting procedures.
As a reminder, yes on your voting pad is for the objection, no is for the motion, which is to postpone. So if you want to postpone, push no. If you don't want to postpone, push yes.
With a vote count of 17 to 20 to 1, it's postponed. All right. Internal Bill 5608 is postponed. Okay. I will say, up to you guys, but Postponing is different than sending it back to committee. Now you just do this all over again the next Senate meeting. Collazo.
I was going to motion to send internal bill 5608 back to the ORS committee.
That's your motion.
Yeah.
There's been a motion to send internal bill 5608 back to ORS. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, it's remanded. So that just means next week that ORS sees it. They get on for, all right. All right, notice of legislation on second reading. Internal bill 5610, updates to Title 8. Chair Karen Gold, you have 5 minutes? Okay, whenever you're ready.
Cool. Hi everyone. Let's just go down this bill and we'll talk about it. So first off, we have definitions. Basically what this one's doing is just getting rid of the virtual gatherings for the definition of conference and also kind of changing the wording of our lodging and just other things, just kind of clarify what we actually fund that we discuss later on in the bill. So next up, chapter A12 is funding classifications. So the main thing this does is removing virtual conferences. Virtual conferences was something that was added during COVID to specifically clarify that we do fund virtual conferences, but now as COVID has left and virtual conferences are basically non-existent, we don't usually fund virtual conferences any longer. We didn't last session, we still don't this session. This was basically given by the AG and comptroller that they do support removing this wording. It also, I think, adds in the wording to, seminar networking to also add in opportunities for students to attend academic lectures, professional networking, or professional development sessions, or at a conference or event. This kind of clarifies what we do fund within CRT. General limitations, a highly debated one has been charter buses, which we do technically fund, but I think needs a limitation. The comptroller and AG do also agree with this wording that charter buses should go no further than 500 miles from UCF's home campus. That hits all parts of Florida plus some parts of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. Basically, they go far, but anything farther than 500 miles, flight is much more economically viable. So that's why we have that 500-mile limit. Allocation supplements, this is the big one. The main major change for this bill. Basically what it does is the old version, anything international, anything outside of the US, even just Canada, Mexico, Europe, Asia, would get a $500 supplement. As CRT chair, I've seen it's great for if it goes to Europe or Asia. Flight differences, difference in currency and price of living, it really does help out a lot. But when it comes to places like Alaska or Hawaii, they don't get any extra money. Even though it's a super far destination, it's places that can use UCF's representation and research, we offer them the same base, if it's research presentation, $500 instead of anything extra. So what this basically amends it to is anything within Canada, Mexico, Hawaii, or Alaska gets an extra $250. Basically just increases Hawaii and Alaska, they get an extra $250 for flights as their farther destinations. Canada and Mexico, they get $250 less as they are still neighboring countries, but there are still taxes and custom fees and everything else that apply to flights and other things like currency exchange, to where that extra $250 is still very beneficial to them, but they have in past have not needed the full $500. When in relation to other international travels, $500 is just too much for Canada and Mexico when it comes to how we allocate our funding. So adding those stipulations would help us a lot in the committee in reserving our money for more equal use for other conference trips. And finally, just 18.3, just adding in 500 for everything outside of those designated areas that we just established. I'll leave the rest of the time questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. I'll do Lazo.
May I ask why this failed in committee?
We can then direct, it went to ORS. All right, so then Chair Rose.
Yeah, so I think most people, if I remember correctly, were like in favor of the intention of the bill. It's just like and to clarify, the only contentious part seemed to be the allocation supplements part. It's just people wanted like specific data saying like why this much for each place. So like flight prices to show like that going to Hawaii is this much more than to wherever, and and also like some people were wondering why are some places included but like, other places might not be included, so stuff like that. And if anyone in ORS wants to like include their opinion, that would be good.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, to Chair Karen Kringle. Is it not, are those allocation supplements not because of rules stipulated by the business office due to international fees such as that, different partnerships, different things that business office just can't offer? Isn't that why those allocation supplements exist?
These allocation supplements exist just purely for CRT. On the CRT side of things, the business office doesn't really have control over how much we offer extra. We give these supplements because we feel these types of travel and like for graduation or for graduate students, they deserve that extra little bit, as it would help further it. It'd be basically more worthwhile and more helpful if we offer that application supplement.
Metellus.
Forgive me if I'm just like not understanding, but is this removing virtual conferences from being available for funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Wanjin.
Just to clarify on the allocation supplements, is there a reason, like I know you explained that at least to your understanding, the neighboring countries are cheaper to fly to, but like, do you have data to back that up? Kind of what ORS had the issue with? Because I'm looking at I looked up London randomly versus Honolulu, and they look like pretty similar prices. And then like Victoria in Canada also looks rather similar, and those are all pretty major cities. So I just want to know why like the $250 was the selection, and if you had data that like showed that was all that was necessary.
Yeah, in terms of why we chose, or like why the different locations were chosen. For example, a flight from here to London, especially if you just search, like if you just do like a basic search, MCO to London, like right now, it's going to show you the cheapest amount. It's going to show you the base airline. It's going to show you the budget airline. That's not usually what students are flying. It can be, but a lot of these students are not going on those specific cheap weekends. They're going on fixed dates for those fixed conferences on specific times. So usually those flights are a lot more expensive. And the reason why we brought things like Honolulu, I think I looked up just the basic, again, like MCO to Honolulu, for example. Those are always going to be higher. You're going to the opposite coast, opposite ocean. So those didn't get an allocation supplement back then, but I feel even though it's within the US, those flights are much farther and they're much more extreme. So they should get that extra $250. The same reason why we supplement international trip, because of those farther, more expensive flights. And the reason I brought Canada and Mexico down were because Canada and Mexico are still neighboring countries, which is why you're seeing, comparable prices from, here to New York and here to Toronto. But with those still customs fees and everything else, and the extra currency exchanges, the extra costs associated with that international portion, it should still get a supplement, just not as high as somewhere like here to London. Here to London is still gonna be a more expensive flight, but the flights are similar to Canada and Mexico, similar costs anywhere else in the continental US. It just has that extra international costs.
Read? Or okay. My bad. Okay, I'll do Morset and Gumrov.
I apologize if this was probably just a question that was asked, but I'm kind of just confused with Mexico. She's deleting it, so I don't know if it's different. But with Mexico being in both 8.18.1 and 8.18.3.
Yeah, so 18.1 just establishes the $250 tier of allocation supplement. That's saying anything located within Mexico, Canada, Hawaii, or Alaska says $250. And 8.13 is just clarifying that anything outside of those locations of United States, which includes Alaska and Hawaii, Mexico and Canada, will then receive the $500 stipend.
So further, like original statement of the bill, if they go to Mexico specifically, they would get $250 and an extra $500.
No, just the $250.
Since you were the vice chair of CRT last year, do you remember or have any recollection what exactly did CRT fund originally for virtual conferences? Like, what are they allowed to fund if technically they aren't traveling? Is it registration, or what were we allowed to fund?
Yeah, for that tier, I mean, once again, we didn't fund any virtual conferences last year, but to my knowledge, it was just registration. I think we funded it at that seminar networking rate. And if they had representation, they would then do that 500, like a research presentation. So it was still the same rates, but you could basically only use it for registration. No, just kidding. I'm getting a no from previous. I'll refer that to Wanjin.
At least in the past. So virtual conferences were supposed to be removed like 2 years ago. We just forgot to remove the part that actually says that defines the virtual conferences. There used to be a specific definition of the allocation funding amounts for virtual conferences, which was $100 per conference or $1,000 for RSO.
All right, Shen,
Motion to move to debate.
there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Shen, Reed, Colazo.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting in favor of this. A CRT vice chair, if people come in with, virtual conferences, we don't need to fund virtual conferences anymore. I know obviously we don't, but we need to just get that out of the bill. It's not necessary. The same thing with the charter buses. I completely understand that. And while I do definitely think, some flight data would have been nice, and this is not the same as flight data, as someone who's traveled to like multiple of those countries, everything Caringle said is absolutely true. A flight to Hawaii, you're going to have to do not a layover, but you're going to have to do a brief stop in like someplace like California. It's going to be much longer. You can fly straight to like Canada, Mexico. Mexico, for example, is offered, like numerous destinations in Mexico are offered by budget airlines like Frontier or Spirit. Everything he said is 100% true by basic observation. But I encourage everyone else to vote in favor of this. It's very simple.
Reed.
So I'm pretty on the fence when it comes to this because there are just some things I agree with, but some things I don't. I understand the sentiments of removing virtual conferences. However, because they still do exist and it could be a cheaper alternative for RSOs, I think that it still could be important for us or for CRT to fund those RSOs, especially if they just maybe don't have the numbers to fund it themselves. And there's a lot of other variables that could go into that. But I still think that because virtual conferences are a thing, I think it could be still important to give RSOs that options, especially if they cannot afford to go places. Also, I think I'm still a little confused on like why we're not considering like Canada and Mexico like within that $500 because I know at least my RSO, we travel to a conference in Canada every year and it can add up pretty quickly because, you need to have like your checked bag because we're taking business, like a lot of business stuff. It's a long trip, things like that. So I believe that, if you're traveling internationally, it should be that $500 period. But like anything within the United States should stick to that $250. Thank you.
So I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I think it's fair. I think within the boundaries of the United States and Canada and Mexico, we provide a little bit less, and then for those international flights, we provide a little bit more. As someone who's lived in Europe before, 5 years, those tickets are not cheap. Those are not cheap. And I flew to Mexico for the first time after my high school graduation, and they were significantly cheaper. So I will be voting in favor of this bill, and I encourage you all to use them.
I didn't see anyone after Colazo, right? Oh, I did? Okay, Wanjin.
Move to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Senator Wanjin's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Whenever you're ready.
Basically, this is just lumping all the locations we're talking about providing allocation supplements to into one section and providing $500. I think that that's reasonable, especially if somebody is going to like a place in Canada that's not the most, like it isn't Toronto or Quebec or a big airport. It can get really expensive to fly into small airports, even in the US. But trying to keep it so that it's just outside of the continental US means that we're not like paying $700 for someone to fly to the middle of nowhere, Michigan. That's where my sister goes to college. So, but yeah, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer. I yield my time.
All right, any questions, Laza?
This might just be nitpicky, but did you mean to use continual instead of continental United States? Because if you're just meaning like the states, like the 50 states, that would be continual, not continental, because continental would include Canada and Mexico. Do you want me to just amend that, or?
I think actually continental U.S. technically means Alaska. So yes, I need to fix that to say contiguous. Thank you. Like includes Alaska. It would not include Canada and Mexico.
Gumroth?
May I direct the question to the CR teacher?
You may.
So technically, in your opinion, what would make the difference within what you originally had and this amendment?
What this changes from what I had was now instead of offering, basically it extends that. Well, so what this bill originally has, what Chapter 18 for the supplements has, is anything international, anything outside the 50 states in the U.S. gets $500. What this amendment does is it makes it so now anything outside of the U.S. continentally in the 48 states gets $500. So now what this amendment does is just includes Canada, Alaska and Hawaii within that $500 allocation supplement range.
All right, we're still in questioning. Lipner?
May I direct one to the chair as well?
You may.
Okay, cool. In your original intent for writing this bill or amendment to the chapter, internal bill, regardless, why were you lowering the amount for Canada and Mexico from 500 to 250? Was there an issue as far as like we were going to over allocate funds, or is that just trying to maintain efficiency?
Yeah, and the average costs of conferences, basically within Europe and within Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. Europe, of course, they're requesting $1,500 total, and we can only offer them $500, or I guess technically like $1,000 or whatever with those supplements and everything else, which is great. We're still funding majority of the conference. When it comes to Canada and Mexico, I think it's a little more irresponsible use of that supplement because we're offering a lot more money in respectively to the other conferences than it would be for a conference inside the US or for a conference internationally. So I think they're just getting too much. And I think in order to even out how much we're giving for each area, lowering it to the 250 helps our budget a lot more in the sense that we have more control over how much we're giving out to then give out more money to more individuals instead of overloading those Canada and Mexico allocations with fully paid trips plus more when we're not paying everyone fully. So I think it'd be more fair if we brought it down to 50.
Shin.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
Yes, I withdraw.
Okay. Gumroth.
One more question direct to the CR teacher. So my question is, so technically within the supplements, it says individual allocations within destinations of whatever we decide it to be. We'll have a supplemental of $500. That's if the student's eligible costs exceed their funding amount. So in the case of overspending, do they not have to kind of provide where that money's coming from anyways? So I guess my question is, like, in what instance were you over giving that $500 when it was someone that was going to Canada or Mexico? If the flights were cheaper, would they not have to showcase that it was cheaper and then they just wouldn't get the supplemental $500?
That $500 is basically like, the way it works is the second that you, like, we're just gonna stick with research presentation, $500 is your cap. So the second you exceed that $500 cap and you're going to somewhere like Canada, you're immediately up to the next level of $1,000. So if you're requesting maybe your total conference costs come out to $700, you still have access to that full 1,000. So if you want to spend more, you can. Of course, we can amend that total approved. But to conferences in the US and conferences in Europe, they're requesting $1,500, but we can only give $1,000. So all these other conferences, we're giving less money usually than we usually, we're giving less money than what they totally request. And I think that basically giving those $500 to Canada, that extra $500, is unfair to the other people, to where the fact that just because they're going internationally and they have almost similar costs. It's not a fair allocation of that money. So that's why that's why I want to lower it down to 250.
Okay, so then if I'm understanding correctly, so when it says if the student's eligible costs exceed their funding amount, when they're made aware that they now have this $500 supplemental, initially people who come into CRT can either request for travel, hotel, or registration. They have the option to request for 2 of them, for 3 of them, whichever one. So if someone were to come in requesting for like travel and they see, okay, I have up to that 1,000, then they can now add in registration as a cost, right? And then cap that out.
Yeah, they could.
Gaudio.
So in the wording of it, the wording goes can be supplemented, which to me implies that there is a method by which you could say, no, we're not going to give you access to all of this 500. So could you elaborate a little more on how that works?
Historically, we've never brought it down from that supplement. I think that doing that within the committee in front of students is kind of a slap in the face. Amending them down to somewhere to where they would less than what they're requesting, I think we would get even more unhappy students, which I would not recommend. That's why I think lowering it down statutorily sets a clear precedent of how much we can allocate to those international trips and to those specific locations.
Follow up. Go ahead.
But you do have the power to do that, right?
Technically with the wording, yes. Have we ever done it? No. Will we ever do it? Probably not.
You have the answer? Okay, go ahead.
So, because I'm in CRT, technically we cannot deny requesting. Our job is to approve requesting for students. Whenever they come in requesting, as long as we make sure their numbers are not like completely out of midair, and as long as they're hitting underneath that cap, we can't say no. Otherwise, it's going to cause a whole like legislative issue. So yeah, no, technically, like with the wording, but realistically, as long as they're hitting that cap, we cannot say no. As long as they have the information to back up.
All right, Wanjin.
That's not true. Like at all. If we can't like deny stuff based off of content, but if there are other like real reasons to deny something, we are able to make that call. We just have to be consistent, and it can't be content based like First Amendment issues. The committee might have its own precedent, but that's not like a legal issue.
Kringle.
I've been informed we can only deny things if there is a reason in statutes to deny. So that's the precedent I've given.
Brody, would you be able to provide some clarifying words about the ability of CRT to deny requests?
Yeah, it sounds like Adam and I are going to have a conversation later, because if he's getting different advice than what I understand, that seems to be what's going on here. So yeah, we'll get back to you, I guess.
I'll schedule that one-on-one.
All right. Okay, we're still in questioning. Lipner.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate on these amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Read.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with these amendments. I mean, I understand that it's cheaper to like go to Canada and Mexico than say like Italy or London, but also it's still expensive to go. And I mean, I was just looking at flights because I'm going to Montreal, Canada for an RSO thing, January to February, last week, whatever. For one trip, it's about $250, but then you also got to come back. So I think just getting the benefit and like being able to like use money to help with that flight. And I know I can speak for a lot of RSOs as well, but being able to take that kind of financial weight off and be able to focus more on, being able to afford the actual conference and, all this other financial burdens, then being able to take off like
flights or whatever type of travel is needed is definitely extremely helpful. So I believe that even though, yes, going to Canada and Mexico is cheaper, it's still not cheap. So I will definitely be voting in favor of these amendments.
Kringle, Shin.
I'll still be voting in negation of these amendments. While yes, it is still cheaper to fly to these locations, the fact of the matter with like the real truth in CRT is it's very hard to fund conferences fully. The reason why these allocations were written into place, or I'm sorry, the reason why the bill was written into place the way it was submitted was because, we need to have, it'd be better to have precedent setting that lower amount for those trips, because as much as I would love to fund everyone 100%, I really would, lowering that international stipend for those locations that are often visited like Canada and Mexico helps CRT committee a lot in terms of giving more money to more people and being able to fund people most of the way instead of all the way, and helping more people fund most of the way than, less people fully. So I'll still be voting in negation of these.
Shin.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, obviously we want to fund everyone as much as we can. We want to be nice, but at the end of the day, it is CRT, it is fiscal, and it is money. So there's going to be corners that unfortunately just have to be cut. There's going to be people that are just not going to get their way all the time. And that's a sad thing to say, but it's simply the truth. It's just, I think it's a very reasonable thing, like giving that lower amount to flights in Canada and Mexico. And while they are still expensive, 100% true, they are cheaper. And saving any money we save, at least from my perspective, my opinion, is more money that can be given to more students, more RSOs, etc. And another thing I just want to know is that we can't fund, it's hard to fund one ways and we can't fund bags, just as a note of that. But I'm going to be voting in negation of these amendments. I just think, it's, like I said, it's fiscal. Sometimes we just have to do unfortunate things.
Gaudio.
So I'll be voting in favor because with the answers I got to my questions, there is a reasonable option that they could choose to not provide the full amount. However, I think that the bill after we go through this amendment should be postponed until Brody can talk with the chair so that we have a more clear cut, concrete answer on it.
Varela.
Yeah, I'll be voting in negation of the amendments simply because, again, because of the concerns that were brought up by CRT leadership. The bill, as it is before amended, would kind of be more equitable distribution of the funds. Because again, yes, trips to Canada and Mexico are still expensive, but they are still significantly cheaper than a trip to Europe, right? So say 500 would fund 80% of a trip to Canada, but only 50% of a trip to Europe. That's not fair, right? When 250 could fund 50% of the trip to Europe, you want to make sure students are getting equitable funds to be able to do these things. It has to be equitable. And again, you'll be able to fund more people like this and do more and more and more. Because again, CRT is limited by a budget. Budgets do exist. So we don't want to drain the whole CRT account, giving, funding 80% trips to Canada when a student could probably get by with just 50% being funded, as would be a trip to Europe with 500. So yeah, I vote negation.
All right, just for time efficiency, and I still think there's a way for you guys to say what you need to say, but is there a motion for 3 more minutes in debate on this amendment? Any objections? All right, seeing none, Reed, Collazo, Wanjin.
May I direct a question to the CRT chair?
You may.
Do you know roughly about how many RSOs per year do travel internationally?
RSOs, not many. And those supplements are only for individual travel.
Collazo?
Yeah, I have the same sentiments as Vice Chair Valera. We have a budget. We have to stick to it. I mean, we went over budget last session. So I just think we just need to be cognizant of what we're allocating. And, the chair, Chair Carringo brings up a good point. These are individual allocations. So this is going to be one person. So I think it's just being cognizant of like how we spend the money.
Wanja.
I looked over the past 2 years of trackers, and it looks like this would affect about 10 students a year. So $2,500. It's your guys' decision of whether or not you want to give 10 students an extra $250 to go to Canada, because that is the primary place people are going, or if you're worried about $2,500 that we're going to put in the fiscal bill anyways.
Gumrov.
Yeah, I don't really think it's fair to look at kind of past allocations just because we don't know what the future holds, and this is going to go forward to other allocations as well. I'm not in favor of the amendment simply because I think that we're all under the impression that people who go to Canada and Mexico are not going to get a stipend. They're going to get it with Karen Gold's original like changes to the bill. They're just going to get a reduced amount. They're still getting an extra amount on top of what they would have already been allocated for that conference. So we're already giving them extra. I feel like it's completely fair to say it's less mileage to travel, that they would get less money. We do this a lot for different things in CRT. Like for instance, we have different capping spends for if a conference is for, networking, or if they're presenting research. There's different pertaining like caps of money pertaining to the situation. It's a completely normal thing to do to make sure that we are reasonably allocating the budget. Like we're just trying to make sure that we're reasonably allocating. That's all we're trying to do. And we are still going to give these kids extra money. So I feel like it's completely reasonable.
You have 40 seconds, Kringle.
Yeah, once again, this is just, we do have the power to technically amend it. And I mean, you learned that today. It will probably be amended to 250. But what this also does is just puts the original bill, which will always still be going to negation, gives us the precedent and gives us the statutes to stick behind, and gives us a lot less negative press when it comes to, well, they just amended me because they wanted to, or they did this because of that. It gives us actual rules and solid legislation to make these decisions off of, which gives us a lot more backbone as a committee, and as a committee that faces a lot of students that have to do a lot of important things. So also we go to negation.
All right. I'll take a motion. Richmond.
Motion to move to voting.
There's been a motion to vote on these amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 9 to 26 to 4, the amendments do not pass. I'll see the miles as a technical on O. All right, we have about 7 minutes remaining in debate. Metellus,
Motion to move to vote.
I object.
do you withdraw?
Yeah, I'll withdraw. But can I say some debate then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just really quick. I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I agree with basically everything that it's saying, and how it's kind of. I also agree with what was being said in the debate of the previous amendments. Like I think kind of having more money for more students and like the way that the money is set up in this bill works well, while also helping out other students with the with traveling to other countries like Canada and stuff like that. So I'll be voting in favor.
Lipner?
Sorry about that, guys. I've just spent the last 10-ish minutes calculating 2-week averages for four-day round trip costs to Canada, Mexico, Honolulu, and to places in Alaska. And the totals were that in Alaska, the average is around $275. In Mexico, the average is around $280. In Hawaii, the average is around $460. And in Alaska, the average ranges from $440 to $550, depending on where you're flying. So this is obviously very, very needed. And for this reason, I'm voting in favor of this.
Gumrov.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to reiterate that we are giving them extra money regardless, guys. They're just getting it on top of what we would have already allocated. So for instance, it's depending on the situation, but if they were to come in requesting a couple $100, if they were to say they were in Canada, they would just get the $250 stipend instead of the $500, which is still going to be on top of whatever they're doing. And I think it's needed because, like I said, it's all about reasonably allocating the budget. We love our budget and we don't want to say no to any student. And to Karen's point, whenever we do say no, it's hard to explain to a student the fiscal knowledge. It's better to show them a rule. Hey, you get the 250 on top of this, rather than, oh, why did I not get the extra money and this person did? And they're like, oh, well, my flight costs more. It's, like, it's just, I feel like it would just be better for clarification for our, like, not ours, but for individuals. And it gives us kind of like a ground to stand on. So yeah.
Robbie.
I'll be voting in favor of this bill. Let me give you a reason. In coming years and in the past and also going forward, there'll be more conferences happening outside the North America due to visa issues for the researchers coming outside of North America. So there'll be more to somewhat easier countries where you can get a visa for the researchers from the rest of the world to come. So there'll be more conferences moving to South America or Europe in general, or even Africa, than keeping them in North America, which is infeasible for a lot of researchers coming from third world countries. So for that reason, there'll be more conferences happening or outside the US or North American borders. For that reason, I request everyone to vote yes. Thank you.
All right, with 4 in affirmation, are there any in negation? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion. Waterberg. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 39 to 0 to 0, internal bill 5610 passes on second reading. All right, last one, resolution 5608, updates to Senate Rule 4, adding time limits to open forum. Chair Kringle, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi again. All right. So this one's pretty self-explanatory. In my past 2 sessions as a senator, we've seen a lot of open forum. Generally, in almost every single like government and non-government public meetings, open forum is generally 3 minutes per person with some kind of cap time limit. I think that is something we should be implementing here within our meeting times. Basically, what it does is it just lets basically, if someone is rambling on a point, or if there's lots of students that come in, having a set time that each of them gets that's, again, statutorily set behind, and make sure that people can get to a concise point, hit everything they want with more time for others to speak. I think that really helps us as a body get past things and get legislation done and really respect our time here as senators. But in certain circumstances, I do think that we should still allow for possibility to amend it, whether that's amending the total open forum time or the per person time, which also is written in there just in case we do have any special circumstances. But that's really it. I'll leave the rest of the time questioning.
All right, we're not live for questioning. Remember, you guys have 10 minutes, Varela.
Feel free to jump in if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure like the current like power to like kind of set these time limits resides with the speaker. With this bill, with like the majority vote section, kind of take away that power from the speaker and give it to the rest of the Senate.
Technically, yes. Other parts of like the meetings are capped at certain time limits, like announcements. But basically, this is just making sure that open forum has a set standard for speeches, basically.
Any further, Metellus?
With that being said, so is this something we can do? Like, can we overstep the power of the speaker? I mean, I'm assuming we can if we made it this far, but I'm just asking.
Kringle, you made zero.
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, it's not overstepping any set power. It's just the speaker can, with control of the meeting itself, set their own time limits. Like historically, it's been 20 if we have a lot of speakers. But basically what this does, it just sets it statutorily to where anyone can reference, hey, if you want to come to an open forum, there is a 3-minute time limit that you should budget for. Yes, we can amend it down, we can amend it up, but I think that also is nice to have that decision as a body rather than one individual. No. That's
Follow up? Or, okay, then any other? All right.
Motion move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none or non-debate, Collazo, Hendry, Gumroff.
Yeah, so I'll be voting in favor of this resolution. In terms of the chair's power, in terms of Robert's rule, in Robert's rules, a body's bylaws, if they set certain bylaws, correct me if I'm wrong, but certain body's bylaws overrules Robert's rule. So if we set our own rules for ourselves, we are essentially like overriding whatever Robert's rule says. So if we say as a body, we're going to set 3 minutes permanently, then that's a rule that we can establish. But I think this is good, and I think I agree with Senator Karengo on the point that other forms of governments use this limit. So yeah, we voting in favor.
Hendry.
I too will be voting in favor. Excuse me. I believe that right now, as is, it's kind of awkward with open forum and the possibility of us getting filibustered and not getting anything that session done. So,
Gumroff.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Gumroff's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, is there a motion for a 2-3-3? Any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, no, I like the idea as a whole. I think that it makes sense just so that we can make sure that everyone's getting a voice and everyone's getting a chance to speak. I just have a little bit of an issue with the 3 minutes. As we've experienced in meetings like with ourselves, 3 minutes is really not that much to talk. Like, I know for us to make our point clear because we're used to it, but if a student, like, a lot of times they come in here with the whole speech prepared, and like just slamming them with 3 minutes just seems like a little unfair. And I know it's amendable, but I feel like the standard should be 5 minutes. I think that's a reasonable speech time. And then if it's shorter, they can just yield for questioning. So I just don't see a problem with that. I just feel like if I were to tell a student you have 3 minutes to speak in forum, like, that would be a little bit crazy. So I just wanted to change it to 5 as the standard.
Right, we're now online for questioning. Kringle. Okay. Lipner.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 3 minutes. I'll do Richmond, Hall, Metellus.
I think 5 minutes is a lot of time because there's a lot of students that come in here. We had one really controversial piece of debate last year, and I think we had like 30 people speak. 30 times 5, that's more math than I can do, to be honest. But that's a lot. That's like 15 times 10, so 150 minutes that we would be doing. And that's insane. Did I do the math wrong? Oh, okay.
Hall.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree that I think ultimately if we're keeping the 30-minute time limit and people get 5 minutes, that means that I had to do the math there too. 6 people would get to speak and that's it, unless we amend it more, which means that, okay, if we amend it, let's say there's that many people here, if we amend it for another 30 minutes, that means 6 more people get to speak. And so to me, I don't think that makes the most sense. I mean, broadly speaking, I also just have disagreements with the bill as a whole. Like, I respect the intention, but I also think like this really isn't as big of an issue as I think people think it is, as long as the speaker is actually utilizing their power to dictate, depending on visualizing who is here and who is not here each meeting, they can make that discernment of how much time to give. In particular, there are then cases where somebody can get 5 minutes. Maybe they get 7 minutes because there's nobody else here to speak in open forum. So I do think at least this specific one, if the bill is going to pass, it should stay at 3, not 5.
Who did I think I said?
You said you're valid.
Metellus. You don't want any more? Okay. Lazo.
May I retain? Never mind. I'll also be voting mitigation. I think having it set at 3 minutes is disrespectful to not only the the other people that maybe wanted to speak in open forum, but also to the time of the senators. Yes, we sign up to be here every Thursday from 6 possibly scheduled to 12, 7 possibly scheduled to 12, but we should still be respectful of the senators' times, considering how they are students as well. And with the 5-minute time limit, that's just, it's not allowing us as much time to get into business. So I unfortunately will not be voting in favor of this amendment.
Claudio.
Yeah, it's. I know 3 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, at the RSO meeting I was just at, I had to present my entire project in 3 minutes. It's not. It's not a terribly difficult thing to do. You really only need that extra time if you're wandering on about details that don't necessarily need to get said. And also going back to the respecting the time, it's with a 30-minute time limit. If you have, as was previously mentioned, 5 minutes each, that's 6 people talking. When you go to 3 minutes, you can have 10 people talking now, almost double. So it's,
All right, debate time has elapsed. So is there a motion? Hamid.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 5 to 33 to 1, the amendment does not pass. Varela.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Varela's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, is there a motion for a 233? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, my reason behind this amendment is just kind of keep the power to kind of decide what we're going to be like with the chair of the meeting. Like Dylan said, I kind of have issues with the bill in general because I do believe it should be up to the speaker's discretion to be like, okay, we have a lot of people, let's cut it short. There's not many people here actually. They can for a bit longer. It should be definitely their discretion. This amendment is just preserving that. But again, unamended, they just completely strip the speaker of that power, which they currently have, which I don't think is right. Also, to touch on what Krankel said about the real government, in the real government, the chair has discretion to amend open forum as they wish. So if you're trying to reflect real government, this is also making more accurate to real government. And with that, I yield the question.
All right, Richmond.
May I retain?
No.
Oh, okay. So my only question is, at this point, I agree with you, but it kind of seems like over legislation because that's how it is now in Robert's rules. So how do you think it differs?
Honestly, I just put it in there to make the bill palatable, but you're right, it is how it is now. So I will say if this amendment doesn't pass, I will be in support of no. But this is just in case you just want to pass the bill, this would be the proper way to do it, just to make sure the chair keeps her power to kind of govern open forum how they want, which is kind of how it is in real government and how it's always been.
Will be testing the fire alarm life safety system. Please disregard all signals as it's only a test. Will be testing the fire alarm life safety system. Please disregard all signals as it's only a test. Will be testing the fire alarm life safety system. Please disregard all signals as it's only a test. Will be testing the fire alarm life safety system. Please disregard all signals as it's only a test. Thank you.
All right.
Continue? I guess not.
Please disregard all signals as it's only a test. Will be testing
Is
the
this
fire
gonna go
alarm
on the whole
life safety
time?
Please disregard all signals as it's only a test.
Just keep going.
Can we talk over it?
All right, everyone just try to focus really hard.
All right. Silence, voice in the sky. Okay, what was I saying? Okay, yes. As amended, this bill would basically just keep it how it is now, which again, if you want to pass the bill, I think that's how it should be. Because again, open forum privileges, the privilege to kind of amend that should reside within the speaker, not the Senate. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Paul?
Yeah, more just because I'm curious. Not to be honest, if this is going to pass, I would rather this than not. So my question is just more an issue I had with the bill to begin with. What is your interpretation of the sentence amendable by the president of the Senate? Because prior to that, the sentence is 30 minutes, time limit, 3 minutes maximum per speaker. Does that mean that what is amendable is the speaking limit? Does that mean that the 30-minute time is amendable? Kind of more just your interpretation of it, because to be honest, it seems like you can interpret that a lot of different ways.
I would say both numbers to be amendable by the discretion of the speaker, given the day, given the amount of people there. It could be we need 2 speakers to speak for a long time, or we have 50 speakers that all need to speak for a short time, but we still need to extend the overall time. So it's really kind of triaging the situation. Again, I prefer how it is now without the bill, but if the bill is going to pass, this makes it a lot more palatable. Yeah, so I would say if there's clear language, I'll be open to seeing it as a friendly. But yeah, I would say you can amend both times. Yeah, so thank you.
All right, about a minute remaining in questioning. Gumrov.
So I guess it's a question for whoever knows Robert's rules, because I don't. But I guess the only difference within Robert rules is that now we're setting our own time limit within a student body, because originally there is no time limit for open forum, correct? Like, it's technically up to the discretion of the speaker, but now we're setting a set time limit, and then it can be amendable by this amendment, the president of the Senate, which I think is a great amendment because that's who runs the meetings anyways. But whoever knows Robert's rules can answer that question.
Can I throw this question to Brody?
Yeah, so if I understood correctly, what you said is correct. We're just moving on. Yep, we'll keep going. What you said is correct. There is no time limit. The speaker or the chair of the meeting can, at their discretion, install a time limit, either per person or in total. You're putting that in place this way. To be clear, there isn't a conflict between Robert's rules and your Senate rules. Your Senate rules override them, right? Robert's rules doesn't give your procedures for objections the way you have it. Robert's rules requires a second on most motions, and you've decided to not have that, right? So this overrides what Robert's rules states.
All right. Question time is elapsed. Okay, Matthias.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? We can in debate, but any objections for moving to debate? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Richmond?
Okay, I will be voting yes on this amendment, but no matter what, I'm voting no, because I think even with this amendment, it's over legislation. It's what already happens. So I think the speaker should remain the chair of the meeting in regard. I'm sorry. She should remain, her power should remain, and we should not over legislate, because even the siren doesn't agree.
All right. Okay. Hendry Metellus Colazo.
I kind of like this bill before. I like it even more now. I think that we're not taking away any power from the Senate president. The Senate president can just remove this entirely based on the way the amendment is written and just have it like as the open forum is now. If anything, I think this just like precursors any awkwardness of the Senate president having to put a time limit on it. That way it's just already in place. There's not like this feeling of, oh, I don't want to hear from this person the full length of time, so I'm putting a time limit on it. I don't know if that's really a big issue, though.
I forget who I said next. I think Metellus. Okay.
Forgive me if you can't hear me, because I'm not gonna lie, I could barely hear you. But so I will be voting yes on this amendment. I personally liked the bill before, and I think this honestly makes it a lot better, basically like what you were saying, because I don't think that we should be taking away power from the chair, and I think this gives that power back, but it also sets a standard. The bill itself sets a standard that wasn't really there before, and I feel like with open forum, especially because we've had open forums where they've gone very long, we should be setting a standard so that we can prevent that from happening, but we could still change it if open forum does need to go
Colazo.
Right. So like what Brody said and like what I said earlier, like our bylaws will like automatically like override Robert's rules. So whatever we like decide, we can totally 100% do. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
All right, DeCara.
Motion to see my amendment as a friendly.
There's been a motion to see DeCara's amendment. Oh, actually, Varela, would you like to see this amendment?
I'll see the friendly.
Okay. All right. We have 30 seconds.
Motion to see my amendment as a friendly.
Which one is your amendment?
The and then both of which.
Do you want to see it as friendly?
I'll see the friendly.
Okay. Metellus.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're voting on the amendment. All right, with the vote count of 34 to 3 to 1, the amendment passes. I think we had around 8 minutes remaining, or we had just started debate. Okay. Collazo, Hamid. Okay. Oh, Hall. Yeah.
I think this bill is great. Can I move to vote? I can. Oh, cause
there's more people.
All right, I will try.
Hamid.
I'm in favor of this bill. Personal experience. I remember there was a very controversial bill last session, and I had to explain to someone that because of how many people were there, there was a time limit, and they got very upset at me because where was that even stated in statutes, and like why was I making up this random rule? So I think that this kind of gives a clear definition of like how much time could go to open forum, and I think it would be very helpful in situations like that. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Hopefully we do things that the student body likes, but just in case it does happen, I think this would be great.
Can I retain? Yeah, so I definitely, to be honest, I think this was a good way to broker a much better compromise on this legislation. I think the time limit's good. The only thing that kind of kept going through my mind of why I think that amendment that Vice Chair Varela put forward was necessary is the previous version of it with the Senate majority, just to pose a hypothetical using what Chair Hamid was talking about, the controversial bill that you all went through last year. I think this is a better system than having a very contentious vote of the entire Senate on whether to keep debate going, especially if that didn't go through, because now half of the Senate is basically telling the rest of the people there, we're not going to let you speak anymore, versus allowing the speaker to just use their unilateral power to make that choice and not have what could end up being a very nasty conversation on the floor of people, some people wanting the debate to keep going, other people not wanting it to, and then it starts to become more and more like this body has no control of anything. I think this amendment and kind of the bill as it stands avoids that problem completely. So with that, I move to vote.
Did you say move to vote? Okay, sorry, hard for me to hear. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 1 to 1, Resolution 5608 passes on second reading. All right. Senate Forum, Wanjin.
Hi guys, I hope this isn't affecting any of you as bad as it is me. I'm getting such a bad migraine right now. But we have some VCE events coming up. This Saturday, October 5th, Volunteer UCF is hosting Nights Give Back. It'll be from 7:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and there will be several different volunteering opportunities with different organizations, as well as breakfast and lunch will be provided. And then next Friday, October 11th, Alternative Break Program will be hosting our fall info session. from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. There you can learn about all of our upcoming AVP winter trips as well as our MLK weekend trip. Signups for our trips will also be opening that Friday, so if you're interested, feel free to ask me any questions.
All right. Senate forum does have a 20-minute limit. I started the timer. We have about 19 minutes left. Okay. Next, Gumrov.
So this is kind of a horrible thing to talk about while there's an alarm going, just because I wanted this to be more of a serious matter. But you know, we're gonna truck through because I wanted to talk about this during last Senate meeting. Unfortunately, because of the hurricane, I wasn't able to. But basically, the week of the hurricane, unfortunately, there was a very bad car accident that happened outside my apartment around 2 a.m. Me and my roommate were the first on the scene. It was horrible. Luckily, the woman's okay. But it's just something that I wanted to talk about because I had never seen anything like that happen in my life. I wasn't able to sleep all night long. I just want to talk about, you know, safe driving. And since we're all teenagers, I know it's hard to check on our phones. I believe the woman was driving. She fell asleep. I don't know. She didn't remember. But I just wanted to preface that, like, because when it happened, all I kept thinking about was like who's calling her parents and who's letting her parents know. And the last thing I want is for that to be you guys. So I just kind of wanted to preface, just make sure you're driving safely, guys. Because immediately after that, I mean, I was driving to school and someone like cut me off. And a lot of times people just don't even realize. They think that the car is going to protect them. And just a lot of times it doesn't. So again, yeah, I just wanted to say, please be careful, guys. Your parents love you. Everyone loves you. And take the road seriously.
All right. Metellus.
Yeah, I'll go really quick, and also I'm not really sure if this should be in deliberations or forum or not. I kind of get confused, but yeah, I kind of second what Speaker Pullman said at the beginning of the meeting with decorum and being respectful. But I wanted to bring it up again here because I really do think we need to respect when people are making motions or having opinions that like don't really agree with what we're saying. Because there was a point during this meeting that somebody like made a motion or did something, and I heard someone suck their teeth. And if I can hear that from all the way over here, like imagine what like people in the gallery are hearing, and like I just feel like that's very disrespectful. Like let's not have like bad attitudes towards other people like when they're making motions here, because it's supposed to be like a environment when you can do stuff like that and have differing opinions. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Johnson.
I agree with that. I think that is such a good thing to talk about. Additionally, as vice chair of the Disability Caucus, I think this is a great time to talk about how to react when people have seizures. Some people have epilepsy, so things like this can cause a seizure. So just in case you didn't know, if someone has a seizure, do not don't try to hug them. Don't try to like hold them down. What you need to do is you need to move them on their side, and then you need to move everything out of their way, and then just try to put something soft under their head. Additionally, it's very important, if you can, just try to time how long the seizure lasts, and then you do need to call 911 and just kind of report that information. Oh, it stopped. Yay. Thank you. And that's how you react if someone has a seizure.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak? Paul.
I don't mean to relitigate one of the previous bills that we went through, but it was just a question I had and then we postponed it. More just because something that I noticed, and maybe I just missed it at some point with that which one was it? The ORS one maybe. Something it kept getting mentioned that it was very time sensitive. I'm curious if anyone can answer what that time sensitivity was, because and maybe I'm alone here, but I was a little confused why that was time sensitive, especially when we've now postponed it.
Rose.
I don't know why people think that it's time sensitive in that like we want to, get the RSO unsanctioned as quick as possible, but there's no like deadline or anything as far as I'm aware.
Anyone else? Varela.
Yeah, I think to add on to that, again, it's never mind, I guess. Wow, okay, but again, going further, like literally what Rose said, it's not time sensitive. There is an RSO that is waiting to be unsanctioned if like a bill like that would pass. but they can like they don't want to do anything right now. They just would like not be sanctioned. So yeah, they can wait basically not forever, but they can wait a few weeks for like ROS to sort of a bill after it gets seen again.
All right. Yeah.
This is just something I want to mention about. We had the hurricane this past week, being safe and stuff, always have your hurricane kits if you're from Florida. That's just how it is. There's already speculation for another storm next week. So, I mean, I'm lucky. Literally during this meeting, I got an email and I get to actually, next week, I'm going to the disaster areas across the coast and taking data and such. And seeing that, I just think about the possibilities of it just for Central Florida. So, I mean, always be prepared, live in your apartments or you live far away from the coast, when the storm comes, do evacuate and do listen when UCF emergency management and UCF safety do say things. And also if you do plan to sit, what's the word, rough it out and everything like that, always have your kit on hand. So I would use this time to, get a kit together because we're at the peak of the hurricane season. So even though it may seem like nothing now, it could turn into something worse in the coming few days.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, Senate deliberations. None. Advisory report, Brody.
All right, everyone. I will try to go very quickly. Just in case you didn't know, I probably will only have about another week with you all before I leave for paternity leave. So during that time, when I'm not here, Chantel, Macrina, and a couple others from OSI are going to be helping out running Senate and doing all of that. They graciously spent all evening here just kind of watching and learning and seeing, making sure they kind of get how everything works so they'll be able to help you with their Senate meetings. Beyond that, all the other things that I would normally do for you, the vast majority of that is going to go through Chantel. At the very least, she'll be the first line, although she may then direct you to other people when necessary. So yeah, Chantel is wonderful and she will be amazing as a resource for you. For the sake of time and all of our brains, put your senator shoutouts just in the agenda, and we won't spend time here doing that. But great job. Okay.
All right, Maddie.
Let's get out of here. Good job sending me your legislation in minutes. Keep doing it. Chantel is really awesome. I've known her for a long time, and by long time I mean the whole time I've been in this job. But she's very nice, and I'm really excited to get to work with her. Please introduce yourself if you get the chance. Awesome resource, and cat photo for the day.
All right. Miscellaneous business. Danny's drip down.
Yeah, I'll be quick. No honorable mentions tonight, but third place goes to Chair Vasquez because I like the shirt. It's cute. Second goes to Lazo because she's wearing heels and she outdid me today. And then first goes to Alcuda because the fit is just it's very sweet. It's cohesive. And it's very cute. Thank you.
All right, I'll take a motion, Colazo.
Motion to adjourn this meeting pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, don't pack up because then Kirsten can't hear you.
Real. Lazo.
Present.
Rachetta.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Lim.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
Pringle. Takara.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Butler. Connolly. Gumaral. Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Larson. Gaudio.
Present.
Metellus. Rose.
Present.
Shannon. Ravi.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Atahaj.
Present.
Chauhan.
Present.
Naguib.
Present.
Wanjan.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Patel. Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry.
Present.
Borges. Alcuda.
Present.
Manesh.
Present.
Condoloro. Present. Colazo.
Present.
Serta. Jimenez Bolero.
Present.
Hashimi.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Renda. Present. Richmond.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Barilla.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
39 out of 46 quorums.
Wait, I have not adjourned. I adjourn this meeting at 11:34 p.m.